Hello and welcome to the Crow's Nest. My name is Brandon Kane, and it may be the cold, nearly getting into now the cold part of, that buzzer should let you know we're just about close to baseball time here, as we are right now on the edge of Game 2 action between your Seattle Mariners and the Houston Astros. Can our Mariners bounce back after a very tough loss in the opening game of the series, where they seemed to have the game completely within their grasp, but then suddenly it slipped away? And of course, Scott Service being hit for some of the decisions there at the end, going with the Robbie Ray. Today's a new day, and this is indeed a resilient team. They've shown you that all year long. They're not one to just sit in a funk and stew. So I'm indeed expecting the best effort today. Will that best effort be enough? This is a very talented Houston team. They showed it to you in that first game. They've got the pitching. They've got the bullpen. They've got defense that's on point. No errors in the first game. Very cleanly fielded game on their part. A couple of nice plays as well in addition to that. And then sort of the finishing coup de grace being, of course, their ability to hit the ball and mash. And they showed you not only the ability to mash within the middle of that lineup, which did a bunch of destruction in game number one, but they were also able to bring some guys off the bench who were able to then give you some problems as well, get you some bats and sticks out there that were different from necessarily the frontline guys, which does show off a little bit of that depth that they do have. Framber Valdez is going to be taking the hill here for Houston today, and Seattle's got Luis Castillo, their ace, going onto the mound. Framber did lead the major leagues with 201 innings pitched this year. He has been very tough against this Mariner team as well. Certainly, it doesn't get much easier here from Verlander to Framber, but hopefully we can steal a game here. And that's what you're looking to do here to get this back into Seattle. Even if you can just get to 2-1, getting back into Seattle there, giving yourself a little bit of a chance would be so big, such a huge benefit. Truffles, what's up, man? Good to see you. Alejandro, stop, guys. Been a long 48, but here we go. Let's go. It was a tough loss. We were all licking our wounds a little bit after that last loss. There's no doubt about that. So we're going to hopefully bounce back today. Bounce back day, and all is well. All is well with a win today. Jason Miller, let's go, Ems. Let's go. Cool Breeze. Hello, Brandon. Hey, what's up, Cool Breeze? Osama says 2021 Cy Young winner. What a freaking joke. It's a tough moment there. And as we unwind more from that decision, indeed, Service was looking at the batting average, it would appear, of Ray with how he had pitched to Alvarez, and he was going with that batting average above all else. My hesitancy on it really comes from the fact that it's been my understanding, I could be wrong on this, but it's been my understanding that, really starters do get into their kind of mode. They've got their way of getting ready. A lot of times you'll see them start out games where they'll start slow as they're kind of finding themselves. They don't have that natural built-in urgency always that you get from a reliever coming out of the pen. And it's not to say that Ray wasn't giving it all or trying to do everything he could there, but you're just putting him in a little bit of more of an awkward, probably, situation versus what you would really like to do in that moment. But hopefully we'll see no more of those weird things. Megan Cockroger, what's up, Megan? Greetings. Osama bin Dazzle, was that Robbie Ray's last pitch as a Mariner? No. I don't think that. I think he'll be back in the rotation next year. But rather than where maybe some people had their expectation level at, that he should be a front of the rotation starter or a number one starter, that in actuality he's probably more of a number 3-4 guy. And that's okay. You need 4 guy. You need a 3-4 guy in your rotation. So I think he'll be, at the end of the day, a fairly steadying force in this rotation long term. I don't expect him to be awesome throughout the whole course of that contract. But we got into a lively debate at the end, of course, the last stream with this Osama, where there's a lot of back and forth on this about whether or not Mariners are vastly overpaid for Robbie or not, and very well may be the case at the end of the day. I don't tend to think so, but I can understand where people are coming from and expecting more with $100 million deal and what he's coming in off the heels, of course, with the Cy Young. Tony, let's effing go M's. Let's go. Maxwell Stern, go M's. Go M's. Osama bin Diesel, all of the Seattle teams are bleeding together. Kraken lost their first game in overtime 5-4, had 40-plus shots, allowed 27. Osama, maybe it's something in the moon. We just came off a full moon, so now it's a waning, right? We got the waning moon going. Maybe it's a waning moon. Megan says, so glad I'm in Seattle to see it. Well, hell yeah, Megan. We're going to turn this around this weekend. I got some news too from my buddy. I'm coming over there into Seattle, of course. Me and Megan can go see the football game on Sunday, and my buddy's got tickets to the Mariners game if we do get a home playoff game. So, folks, if we get to play it at home, I mean, I already got rooting interest in this game. If we get to play at home, I get to go to a Mariner playoff game, which I've never gone to. So I'm going to have a little bit of extra rooting interest today in this game and this outcome and what hopefully happens, because I want to be in that stadium for that game. I really do. So come on, Mems, steal one for me today, okay? I want to be in that stadium. I want to feel that crowd. I want to feel that energy. Megan Julio. Osama, which Mariner should raise the 12 on Sunday? Julio, I think, as Megan says, would probably be the correct one on that. Hard not to have him be the guy. Big dumper wouldn't be bad. Jason, that's a good suggestion as well. Can't argue with the big dumper. I wouldn't want to argue with a big dumper. Not me. It's going to be a hell of a pitching matchup here today. We'll see if the offense is going to be hot for both sides of the ball, or if this settles into more of what you get in a traditional playoff game, which is a little bit more closer akin usually to pitching duels. A lot of teams in this postseason, though, with a lot of good offense. So we got some refuse to lose Mariner fans showing their. I got a lot of respect for them going to Houston in that environment and flashing the refuse to lose sign. I like that. Megan says, B and I are into the flag for that game, so it'll be epic. Hell yeah. Is Griffey raising it? Is Griffey the one doing it? I think Griffey's done it before, Osama. He has to have done it before at some point. He has to. I'm almost positive. All right, so the Mariners are going to trot out Rodriguez, Franz, Suarez, Haniger, Santana, Moore, Cal, Raleigh, Frazier, and Crawford in their lineup here for this game. So Raleigh getting dipped a little bit further down in the lineup. Santana being rose up a little bit. I probably think that has a little bit of something to do with Framber and him being a lefty on the hill here today. Ethan, let's go. I love that energy. Osama says, how about A-Rod? No, A-Rod never gets to raise the flag. The only way I will allow A-Rod to raise the flag is if he's able to get the Minnesota Timberwolves to move to Seattle, which I don't want, but I'm just saying if he pulled it off. I'm not saying I'm advocating it, but if it were to happen, there may be some slight forgiveness in my heart at that point. Corona says, what time would the game be if we make it to Sunday? Because they would only push the Seahawks game back 1.5 hours. Well, then it'd be a 2:30 game, I guess. I didn't hear that, though, Kronos. I was unaware that they'd moved it back, that they can only go back 1.5 hours. I just figured they'd go with a 4 o'clock start time and call it a day. 2:30 for the Hawk game. Okay. Well, Megan, just more time to pre-funk. That's what I'm about. All right, Megan says, wearing my new Droughtless in Seattle shirt for luck. Good. You know I'll be rocking my Largent jersey of power. You know this. Osama bin Diesel, Seattle Timberwolves. No, we'd change it to Sonics. We'd leave them their Timberwolf name. like the Thunder did to us. We would leave them their history. But, yeah, I'd much rather get an expansion team, make no mistake about it. But, you know, if that's the only way for us to get a basketball team back, we're a bigger market than Minnesota. All right, Julio Rodriguez steps up to the plate. He had an awesome game 1, 2 for 4, double, triple, walk, 3 runs. Absolutely fantastic. Kid just continues to be brilliant through the course of this year. And he'll take a first pitch fastball on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. Osama bin Diesel says Lakers didn't leave their name. True, but now it's a little ridiculous at times. You're like, wait, one lake in that state. Batted on the ground. Shortstop is going to come up with it here. Mm-hmm. And that will be an easy play over to first. As always, I get my customary 4 or 5 calls here as soon as I go live. It's going to happen. Yeah, but you don't want to see Seattle Timberwolves. We don't have any. I don't think we have Timberwolves in Washington, much less in the Seattle area. We might have Wolves, but I don't think we have Timberwolves. So a quick out here for Framber. Ty France up to the plate here. Strike. Now the first pitch fastball. This run right over the middle of the plate there. Both J-Rod here and Ty have been two kind of real free swingers here this playoff series, not just this series, but throughout the playoffs here a bit. Maybe coming in here with a little bit of an approach early on and just first pitch takes some strikes here. Swing, and that's that curveball that Framber can throw. Big bending pitch, and off the back of that 95, 96 mile an hour fastball, it's tough to gauge between those two speeds. Serves as a little bit of a de facto changeup with crazy movement almost. 0-2 pitch here. Framber with the wind. Another curve, batted foul. Another nice big bend on it. Megas has got the new Zorn jersey for Sunday Bees, so it'll be Zorn enlarged again. Hell yeah. As it always should be, right? All right, France steps up here. 0-2. Good eye there. Curveball thrown down the dirt by Framber. Framber definitely is not kind of in that rough place you saw a little bit of Verlander yesterday start off, where he wasn't going good with his feel. Framber's pretty on point here with his pitches. Even through just 2 batters, you can see he's locating things well here. A big part of potentially Mariners' success here is going to come from how they deal with that curveball. 1-2 pitch. High, fastball, 2-2, good eye. Zach says it's only 56, but it feels like 53 outside today in Illinois. I feel for you, Zach. We're warm here on the eastern side of the state. I went on a nice long walk before the game. Beautiful sunshine out, about 70 degrees. October 13th. It's good. Inside with a fastball here, just as I'm lauding him for his ability to keep control. He's been off in the last 3 pitches pretty far. 3-2 here for Framber. Strike 3, and France knew it. Bounced right out of the ball. He bounced out of the batter's box even before the umpire had made the strike 3 call. He knew it. Looking curveball there, and instead gets that fastball. You can see the movement as it's riding right to left, back in over the plate. Well thrown pitch on a 3-2 count. Osama bin Diesel, is Eric Swanson still in the doghouse? I guess he is. There's not been an Eric Swanson sighting. Last I heard, Service put him in the dungeon and told the jailers to, quote, throw away or break the key, I care not which. That's just what I've heard as far as the rumors go. Framber into his wind here now with 2 outs. Suarez bats that fastball foul. Early little pattern here with Framber of throwing first pitch fastballs. Wonder if that will get the Mariner lineup a little more. Lineup that does like the first pitch swing anyway. Maybe looking to jump on that a little bit more hardly. Maybe just a little bit. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, it's rare for NFL games to be pushed back because of a major league game. I think so, yeah. 0-1, high, ball 1. Wu-Tang says, no, if it's in Seattle, it'll have to be the Sonics. They'd be right if they didn't. Yeah, it'll be the Sonics. It'll be Sonics. Little Beastman, let's go M's. Let's go M's, Little Beastman. Let's do it. Let's go. Whoops. I'm trying to figure out how to spell resilient there a second ago. Can't spell that damn word. Where's this here? 2-1 count here. See if he gives him a fastball to hit. The delivery, nope, curveball, 2-2 down the dirt. Suarez swung right through it. Curtis says, I feel for you, Brandon, because traffic on that block is going to be absurd Sunday. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be getting out of that area with a lot of ease necessarily on Sunday. I'm probably getting back to the house at like 12 o'clock at night, and then I got an early ass flight on Monday. So it's going to be, I'm going to be in rough shape. Let's just say that come Monday morning. I'm going to be in some very, very rough shape. It's going to be a day. Framber into his wind now here. Suarez hits this ball up into the air, right field. This will be an easy play for the right fielder, and that will be out number 3 to begin things off in the first. Mariners go 1-2-3. Houston looming on deck. Looming. So we're good there. And please do me a favor if you could, folks. If you like what you're listening to here on the stream, just hit that like button for me. It does help me out tremendously. Megan says, don't think I'm going to get out of that crowd without having at least one panic attack. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit insane in there, Megan. It's already pretty packed down there post game of one place managed, 2 places, and you're going to have people. Yeah, that's why I'm surprised again that they're just pushing that back that little bit, Megan, because they're going to create absolute gridlock post game of the Seahawks game because the Mariners will just be getting their crowd probably out of there as the game's wrapping up. Yeah, you did warn me, so it's still worth it. If I get the chance to go see a Mariners Seahawks game back-to-back days, and one of them's a playoff game with the Mariners, I'll sit in the traffic, I'll just fall asleep in the seat on the way home with a big smile on my face. Hopefully with us winning. It'll be a little bit hard to make it if we lose that game. That will make it a little bit tougher. But who knows? Maybe I'll just do a backseat stream post game for the Seahawks this week. Stuck in traffic. Make the most of it. Oh, the voice is going to be gone, Megan. It's going to be hilarious if I do a post game on Sunday because my voice is going to be absolutely. If I'm doing Mariner game playoff, I'm going to be screaming for that. And the Seahawks the day after, there will be nothing left. It'll be like this. Hi guys, we won. We won the game. It was a good game. I liked it. Beeb says was hoping for an early start, not trying to have him lock in. He's already locked in, man. He was spotting his pitches well there. When he wanted to dirt one with that curveball, he dirted it. He's maybe a little bit off with the fastball, but he's not missing high in the middle of the zone. He's missing low. He's missing it way up above when he's missing. So he didn't really give them much to hit, at least in that first inning. It's a weird boxers commercial there. Okay. I don't know if I like that. Megan says, need you screaming with me. I'll be screaming with you, Megan. There might not be any actual, it'll be like, Megan, they got those dogs that they bark too much and the owners are real cruel and they take out their barker, whatever that is in their voice box, not their voice box, but, and so then they bark, they go, it makes this little sound like that. I might be screaming, but it'll sound like a dog that's had his bark removed. Castillo first pitch up with Castillo here. Ooh. A lot of hard names is bad. A lot of Castillo to Altuve. Altuve first pitch swinging, knocks it on the ground there to Crawford. Crawford was just kind of low key about it. Just sort of saw it. I thought he was going to be more worried about Altuve's speed there, but just kind of softly threw it on over. France made a nice pick there over at first base to make the play. So good to see a first pitch swing. We need Castillo to get deep into this game, as we saw. As we saw in our last game, the Bomberos bullpen has been filling their hose with gasoline and not water. 98-mile-an-hour fastball right on the inside part of the plate there for strike one here to Jeremy Pena. Hit 253, 22 home runs. Was 1 for 5 in the game a couple days ago. Swing and a miss on a slider, 0-2. Cool Breeze says, I'm hoping for an 8th inning shutout type day for Castillo. That would be ideal. We could really use that. Really could use that. Castillo Mitch is outside with a 99-mile-an-hour fastball there, 2-2. Toronto says, still annoyed how expensive the home tickets for Saturday were. Not looking forward to seeing what they change if and when we make the home game for the World Series. And a ball in the dirt, 2 fastballs far out the zone here for Castillo. 2-1. Yeah, it's not awesome, Kronos, but it's a scarcity thing. You don't go to the playoffs for 20 years. When you go, they're gonna jack it up. They're gonna do that. Swing and a miss on a low slider there for strike 3. Nice pitch there by Castillo. Wu-Tang Financial wouldn't mind seeing Williams base running, laughing out loud. I bet he could fly. I bet he's got that Trey Turner giddy up. Any chance the players get confused and suit up for the wrong teams? Gino comes out and starts game 4, and Julio plays safety for the Hawks. Julio would be a big safety, too. 6'4", legit big. Tony says this is a pitching matchup of the best dreads. And obviously, Castillo's dreads are way more flowing, just better in every way. Framber's got to pitch in Texas, though. You can't have him that long when you got to pitch down in Texas all the time. Well, here comes the man of the moment from a game a couple days ago, Yordan Alvarez. And swinging for the fences there on that pitch. 0-2. Yordan absolutely crushed it. His last 23 games, including postseason, he's hitting .407 with 7 home runs. And, boy, was he tough on the Mariners in the opening game of this series. Colbury says, can we play Wool in a second? We can, but we don't know what he can do with the stick. That's the only problem. Why are we pitching to Alvarez? I don't think Castillo's, if you got your top of the rotation starter in there, you're gonna pitch to him. Nobody on base, I don't mind as much them pitching to him. If he comes up with people on base, I think that's where you're as much anything. If you've got an opportunity to get him out of that at bat and just let him take the base, give him the base. But in this situation, top of the first inning, I'm okay. I mean, he's been crushing it, but this is going to be batted right back to Castillo. He's easily got it and underhands the ball over to Ty France. That will retire the side here for the Astros. 1-2-3 in the first inning. James Black can't start playing scared. No, you can't. You can't, James. And I think that there is a line with scared and them playing smart. And I think if you get him on and it's not going to hurt you have 2 outs, or it's not putting, let's say you got a runner on first and second, you're not going to walk him if there's less than 2 outs, right? So you're not going to be completely stupid about it. But if there's a situation that happened in that first at bat when he came up in the game, I would seriously consider if he's got people on base with just giving him the bag. Just let him have it and call it a day. Beeb says, yeah, both pitchers are locked in. It's about to be a 1-run type win. Potentially so. Truffles, I live in Texas now. Was thinking about going to one of these games, but I couldn't get the time off. It's understandable. It's hard to do, man. It's hard to do. Wu-Tang says because Castillo is that dude. I don't know if we got a linebacker type on this team, Osama. Julio does strike me as more of a free safety or Cam Chancellor type. I don't know anybody else that you'd put a linebacker. Ty France would be like a Nick Ballore type linebacker. I don't know anybody else. Megan says, if I wasn't going to be going to the football, I would have paid for those tickets. Yeah, they're worthwhile. How often the Mariners get in the playoffs, you know? If you only get a chance to see one event every 20 years, the event's a little expensive. You go, well, I'm hoping we're not going to be 20 years again before we get back to this position. Dear God, no. Please, no. Some quick inning there for both those teams in that first inning. And both pitchers do indeed look pretty on their game right now. Pretty on their game. Come on, Ems, let's get this win today. I want to go to a playoff game. Megan says, and I traveled 16,000 miles to be in the City B. Yes, you did. Screen Peakers, let's get after it. Let's do it. Let's start opening up the can here. Let's pop the can open. Mariners are going to run out the middle of their order. A little bit adjusted for this game. Haniger and then Santana to lead it off. Jeff, go Mariners. Thanks for jumping in. Mitch is ready here. First pitch, big curveball there by Framber. Already changing a little bit of his pattern here. Starts out the first inning, pumping fastballs. First pitch comes out here with a first pitch curve. Another big curve there. Just swings it right over the top of the zone. Framber wanted that call. And it looked like a fairly solid pitch there. (2-0). Grounded right back up the middle into the quasi-shift there of the Astros. They had a second baseman there standing right at the second base bag. He'll easily gather this ball up and throw it over the first. Now, number one. Megan, 6 weeks tomorrow, as I had a month in LA before coming here. Oh, hell yeah. Hopefully you've had a good time, Megan. I do hope the trip's been mightily worth it. All right, Carlos, Black Magic Woman. Santana steps to the plate, hitting .202 with 19 home runs. First pitch swinging, knocks that fastball foul. It's funny with Santana, he's a yanker even left or right side. Doesn't matter either way. That's the first pitch you see there, as I've talked about with Santana. That's the struggle with him, where he's got a nice big long bat, but he's going to roll a lot of pitches over because he just won't go with it when you do put it to the outside part of the plate. You get it inside, you're in trouble. And that was a trouble pitch there for Framber. He gave Santana one right in the middle of the plate at 95, and Santana knocked it foul. You're not going to get a lot of those, buddy. That's he's not going to hand you a lot of those. And that ball's again batted foul. Framber going after Santana with fastballs here. Surprising. Santana's kind of a dead red fastball hitter. And as struggling as the season has been for Carlos, he's been better against lefties, at least as his average. He's got more home runs from the left-handed side of the bag by a decent amount, but his average is fairly respectable against left-handed hitters. This is probably why Service has him batting a little bit higher up in this lineup today. Inside there, bounced. Ball one. Megan says, I did, thanks, B. Lots of bucket list dreams ticked off. Good. Good to hear. Very good to hear. Yeah, why does Dusty have the airport, please bend over, sir, we just need to check gloves on? Why is he wearing that in the dugout? Did he just come from being an airport security guy? Was he doing some drug check testing? Santana 1-2, swing, and I missed. There's that curveball. I thought he was going to throw him a little more often than that at bat. Strikeout there for Valdez. And Santana goes down fairly meekly here as the second batter in this inning. It's a very difficult curveball, maybe one of the best in the game, especially from a starting pitcher that you're going to see out there. Cronos says, yeah, Santana's right side is definitely his strong side. They always do, don't they, Kronos? The switch hitters. You may switch hit, but it's very rare you see a guy switch hitting who's equal from both sides of the plate. There's always a bit of a way they lean. Dylan Moore getting the start here today, and he'll step up to the plate. Moore hitting .224 with 6 home runs, 24 RBIs on the season, .753 OPS. He takes ball 1. Valdez with the wind. Big curveball. Boy, Moore's not going to be able to do anything with that. And right at the bottom of the zone. And Moore nods his head. Oh, yeah, good pitch. I had no chance on that one. No bloody chance on that one. 1-1. Low. Fastball. Another very good, well-located pitch there. 96, right at the bottom of the zone and the knees. Strike 2. 1-2. Valdez definitely rolling along here. Dylan Moore tries to kind of take a little extra time out the box here. My goodness. Astros rocking a little bit of an offshoot of that 1980s uniform. Sort of the rainbow side going up their jersey. Moore able to bat 1 foul, so the count will remain 1-2. Cal Raleigh looming on deck. Framber with the wind. Batted on the ground. Dylan Moore is hustling to first base, but the third baseman's up with it and does throw him out. So 3 up, 3 down. We've yet to see even a base hit in this game. Framber pitching well. Cool Breeze has always been impressed players can hit from both sides of the plate. It seems tough. Seems so tough. It does. It does. There are Cool Breeze, those guys that naturally have an ability to do it. They're truly ambidextrous. I think that there's other guys, though, that just worked on it. And it does. It probably just takes, so much extra work to kind of get it in. But it's such a great skill to have if you have it. It will put you in lineups more often. So it's one of those ones. If I had a little boy, I'd tell him, let's get you going both sides of the plate here, buddy. Let's see if we can work both sides here. Get you comfy with it. And the earlier you get them comfortable with it, the more maybe it can become ingrained. I'm going to get a little more coffee. We'll be right back, folks. Megan's like with their left and right hands. Yeah, Megan, it's you don't see a lot of guys that can throw with both hands, Megan, but you got there are a decent amount of them guys that can actually bat from both sides of the plate. So it's a little easier to swing the bat. Going both sides is still very difficult, but there are guys out there that got that skill. We got a couple guys in the lineup right now. Our catcher and Santana both can do it. So it's interesting. But it helps because, Megan, baseball, there's a natural benefit to the person that, there's a natural benefit to the batter if he can go opposite the hand of the pitcher throwing to him. Like those guys tend to do from batting average, home runs, OPS, go down the line, any batting statistic you want to use. A left-handed hitter against a right-handed pitcher is going to tend to do better. Naturally speaking, obviously talent difference is a part of it as well. But just when all things being equal, a lefty versus a righty. As far as a hitter, a lefty's going to have an advantage. A right-handed hitter versus a left-handed pitcher, right? He's going to have a theoretical advantage with that as well. Chino de la Hoya, we ready to wreck Seattle again? Not today, Chino. Not today. Not today. All right, first pitch of this inning is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball to Bregman. Strike. Yeah, we're missing Haggerty. No doubt about it. You'd probably have him in Dylan Moore's spot in this game, I guess. I don't know. You would have him in Dylan Moore's spot. I do like him going to Dylan Moore, though. I'm not a fan of having Kelenic having to face left-handed pitching. I'd like to avoid that if I can with him. Plus, you got Kelenic's back to come off the bench now. Swing and batted foul. 1-2. Daniel Barry Sports Highlights says, yo, what's up, man? How you doing, Daniel? Hope we're doing well. Maxwell says, big game. The Sunday division is very close. Very close indeed. Nobody's running away with this thing yet. Ball outside, 2-2. I think, too, it's just sometimes a little bit of a survival game. Just keep getting a win here, win there, win here, win there. Keep yourself evened into this. Keep seeing if you can kind of ratchet down, tighten up the defense a bit. Get the special teams under control. And if you can get kind of through the course of the season, giving yourself a bit of a chance. 2-2, 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Batted foul there by Bregman. Castillo dialing it up there. Making some, I'm used to following cricket. Okay, I think I'm used to. Okay. Alex, the offense is going to be quiet today. Yeah, very well could be. Framber's a tough pitcher. This ball hit up into the air, skied. Crawford gives way to Dylan Moore, who's got it for out number 1. Yeah, I think we're looking at a good pitching matchup today. I don't think we're going to get an 8-6 type situation in this particular game. It's normally what you get in playoff baseball. Sometimes there's some outliers on that, and you get some weird scores and funny scores, but most of the time you are looking at a situation where guys are going to be pretty locked in, especially two guys like this talented. Tucker up to the plate. Meekly swings there to 99-mile-an-hour fastball. 99 if I can say it. 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Tucker was 1 for 4 in the game a couple days ago. 2 strikeouts. Made a very nice play out in the field in the game, too. Astros, he just crushed that pitch. That ball is going to be gone. Home run. Absolutely just a golf swing out. If you guys have heard me talk about it once, you've heard me talk about it probably 1,000 times. You cannot miss inside and low on lefties. That is not what you can do. Do not do that. That is the danger zone on lefties. You saw right there the exact type of swing. We saw Crawford a couple of days ago with the same kind of pitch in the same kind of place. You put it down in there, you're putting it right into their natural swing area and allowing them to get up underneath it, and he just batters the hell out of that ball, hits it a mile up into the air, but just their natural swing spots right through that zone. This ball hit up into right field here after the home run for out number 2. Yeah. Just carried it low and inside, right in that danger zone spot. I think that's supposed to be more on the outside part of the plate where they were looking to go after him. That's where they had attacked him with the first pitch is outside. And then just got it right back in. Chrono says, what's your thoughts, Brandon, on... And Chronos, it's Brandon, but it's okay. You can call it whichever way. What's your thoughts, Brandon, on us bringing Bruce Irvin back to try to energize our front 7? It's a low-risk, high-reward move. It doesn't cost you anything to do it. Aldimez Diaz is up to the plate now. 2 out, 1 runner in. He first pitch swings and hits this up into the air. France will get underneath this, and this will be out number 3, but a home run there by Tucker. Goodness. It's you're good, Kronos. It's all good. You had 2 E's in there, so I was like, well, I go with 1 letter. We got 2 letters. I gotta correct to that point. I like the move all the way around, Kronos. There's no downside to this move. There's no way that I would hammer it to say that it's not a benefit to this team at the end of the day in bringing them in like they are. So I'm very encouraged from that standpoint of it. Absolutely. I don't know if he's going to add a whole bunch at this point in time in his career. I do think he would be better than whoever the 4th guy we've been running out there right now as a pass rusher. That Johnson guy, and then last week, Vi Jones. Like, if you're to the point you got to give out 20 snaps a game, why shouldn't those 20 snaps a game go to a Bruce Irvin, who I think could probably, for 20 snaps a game, dial up a fairly decent pass rush, or at least more than what we're getting right now, which is a whole lot of nothing. So it's a good move. I don't think it's going to save us in any way. I don't think Irvin's going to tap back into his preeminent form that he was. He is a guy that's always been pretty good with his pressure rate throughout the course of his career, though. Even if he's not a high sack guy, he is causing pressure. And right now we do just need more pressure coming from this front. So it's nothing but upside. It's a good move. It's going to help the team out. But I would like to see them, quite frankly, make more of a move in a couple of other places. Look maybe more at the middle linebacker position. Look maybe more a little bit at the strong safety position. Osama bin Diesel is Brandon fine. You guys can type whatever you want. I'll answer to it. Mark Abercorn. What's up, Mark? Megan, I thought Irvin retired, so how were we able to sign him again? Guys can unretire Megan. I didn't remember seeing him actually say he was 100%. Yeah, maybe he did. But they can under-retire Megan. To retire doesn't, it's more of a ceremonial thing than, anything else. Oh, goodness. Cool Breeze says, what happened to Diggs lately? Seems like he fell off a cliff. I had a lot of worry about signing Quandre Diggs to a contract extension, Cool Breeze, and I was very much against it. I was fine with it when it happened. I made my peace with it quickly after it occurred. But leading up to the signing of Quandre Diggs, I said, I think you're paying more for past performance than what you're getting in the future. You've got a guy coming off the most major injury of his career, going into his 30s now, not necessarily a supremely talented guy from the get-go here and who he is as a player. I didn't expect him to maybe play quite this bad, but I also didn't expect that we were going to get what we got prior from Diggs. And that's the danger of paying for past performance. I think some of this contract was about bringing him in for his leadership, having lost Bobby Wagner. I didn't want to see it. Just like the Chris Carson deal. It's like, I don't like, in this first pitch swing on Framber, I was wondering if the Mariner hitters were going to start maybe locating that a little bit, and Raleigh tried that there with the first pitch fastball, and he's swinging. That's batted easily to the third baseman. He'll throw him out. So, that's where I land on that a little bit, Cool Breeze. When you sign these contracts, football's one place you just can't, that was the shortstop Pena. Football's just the one place you can't afford to be sentimental, not with the salary cap. And if it's not the right contract, if it's not the right time to sign him, even if the player's been very productive for you, you have to just sort of make your peace with it. And Framber Valdez right now is completely locked in this game. He just hit the outside point of the corner here with Frazier, painting the black, 96. He's getting his curveball over whenever he wants. Another 95-mile-an-hour fastball right on the black. 0-2 here. It's going to be very hard to get to Framber Valdez today. Swing and a miss. Curveball low there. Gets him on 3 pitches. Osama bin Diesel, Devin Hester was retired. Oh, yeah. And then he came back. That's right. That's correct. Crawford now up to the plate. Takes ball one. Yeah, this is a game where Haggerty has really missed. Our ball's hit up into the air. And that'll be a make it down. That'll get down for a double. Crawford will get into second base there. Didn't look like he put that hard of a swing on it. Ball just kept carrying out there to left field. Jordan had it tracked down, seemingly jumped for it, just outside of his reach. So Crawford with the first hit of the game here for the Seattle Mariners. Puts a very nice swing on that. With these power pitchers, you don't try to do too much. Go with the pitch, especially his lefty-lefty matchup. Let it get a little deeper into your wheelhouse. Nice job by Croft, giving him a little bit of life maybe, huh? All righty. Julio Rodriguez up to the plate. He bangs this back up the middle. Shortstop may have a play, and he gets him. What a play by the short second baseman there. Unbelievable. And let's see if he did get him here on the replay. Oh, goodness, and did he looked like he got him to me. Foot's on the bag by the first baseman. That ball's caught. It looks like bang, bang. It's a very close play. But Jose Altuve made a fantastic play up the middle there, ranging right up over the back of second base. Stabs it, comes back around, throws it, and makes the play. The Astros have shown off those gloves early on in the first game and into this game now. Not a lot of weaknesses on this team, and that was a great throw by him to get Julio, who is very fast going up that line. Ball hit just hard enough for Jose to be able to just get enough time to get to it. It's a great play. They're going to have to try to find a way to take control here. This Astro team is just kind of outplaying them across the board here a little bit to begin things off. Yeah, I think he got him. They did a good job of showing you on that, where that ball's in that mitt. Did he have it completely squeezed? Maybe not, but it's you're going to go with the call in the field, I think, at that point. It's not something you can overturn. And yeah, Kronos Valdez is firing on all cylinders today. He's hitting his spots. He's being very precise with his location. His curveball is pretty filthy. We definitely need Luis to really lock in here. Really do. No more missing to lefties low and inside, please. Please, let's not do that. Dear God, please, no. What? All right, Castillo takes back over here. Start this inning off with a nice fastball on the outside part of the plate. Jake Myers, center fielder, steps up here to begin things off. Outside, ball one. Castillo at 25 pitches here so far. Outside of that home run, he's pitched a very good game. Outside with another fastball there, ball two. Maybe Scott Service needs to wear the surgical gloves too, like Dusty does. Get some like light blue ones. Dusty even got the color correct ones on there. Fastball outside corner. 2-2 now. Steele with the wind. Hi, kitty. And he got him struck out. Wow, that was a low-key call there by the ump. So, strike three. One man down here, bottom of the third inning. Mariners down 1-0. Yeah. Sounds good, Megan. Larry Bird says Castillo looks like he's got that hat with the hair attached to it. Yeah, he does. Well, when it's all pulled to the back like that, it does. Like Framber's at least got a couple strains that come over his face. Mariner staff needs to do a commercial on that next year with him like coming off the mound, going to the locker room, and he pulls off his hat and the hair is like attached. Make it a Samson joke or something. 0-1 here to the catcher. Strike two. Larry Bird hangs his hat hair on the coat hanger. Exactly. Like takes off the mitt, puts it in there, starts unlacing his shoes, then just kind of casually pulls off the hat with the hair off the back, sticks it in the locker room. This ball's hit on the line, down the line, and just misses being fair. Got lucky on that one. Tell me that wouldn't be a classic Mariner commercial next year. Film it in spring training. And then after he sets it in, takes his shoes off, he's having like a casual conversation with the guys. Then he grabs like a horsehair brush or something and starts brushing it out. All right. 0-2 pitch, misses just off the plate there. He was trying to get him to swing on that one. Kitty. Swing and a miss. Strike three. 99-mile-an-hour fastball right at the kneecaps. Well located there. And that will turn over this Houston Astro lineup. Jose Altuve will step up to the plate after making the hell of a play last inning. Cool Breeze says, I bought a Castillo hat hair costume for Halloween. Hell yeah. That's a good costume. Especially if he lights it up again today. Altuve, first pitch swinging, knocks it foul. Altuve's just such a nervous little creature. Like a little he's got that little he's licking his lips. He's redoing the Velcro on his Again, he just reminds me of Nomar. It's just like with Nomar, where it's just tap, tap, OCD, tap, 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 glove. batted foul. I'll tell you this, Jose can get around on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and I can't do that. 0-2 here. How do you get around on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball? Like I would just be trying to tap it with my bat, but like to actually have the gut to be able to just, I'll get around this, and then yank it foul. Swing and a miss, gets him on the slider. Strike 3. Luis takes all these Astro hitters down with strikeouts here in this inning, so bouncing back strong. Gets Myers looking, gets the catcher swinging, gets Altuve swinging over the top of a slider, so we are through 3 innings. The Astros are up 1-0. Y2K says, I'm feeling a Hanny bomb. Let's go. It's Hanny bomb time. Let's go. He's due. Hanny's due. The hand man is due. See? She said he's due too. If the cat says Haniger's due, you know he's due. Is he due? I think he is. I think. James Black says, all right, now time to get after Valdez. Indeed it is, man. Indeed it is. Big part of what I thought in them dealing with him today was going to be how they handle that curveball. And so far it's been a struggle. Not as much because it's getting just a lot of strikeouts. I think he does have a couple Ks in this game. But as much as that you just can't get good swings on those curves. Yeah, Valdez has actually got 3 strikeouts, so he's averaging 1 an inning. He's done all right in that respect. But he's definitely doing a very good job of getting that curve over. And if he's feeling good with that, it is going to be a tight day for us. Second time, though, through the lineup. Let's see if maybe we can have a little bit more luck. The handyman can. That's right, Wu-Tang. Oh, that's right. They made this GMC commercial with them driving in. And they had to crave that whole cave just for that GMC commercial. You know it. We got a little Montana bump here. A little Montana love. Snowboard. Yeah, you better show a lot of snow if you're going to show the Montana. I like how they're trying to get people to come Montana, and they've barely shown any of the snow so far. There we go. There's a little bit more. Every time they show like 5 seconds of snow in the commercial, they're quickly back up like people riding bikes. Sunshine. Beautiful day. Yeah, I lived in Montana. That commercial should have been 65 to 70% of snow and then a little bit of warmth. That's how that one should have gone. All right, you got 2, 3, 4 coming up for the Mariners in this inning. So hopefully the middle order can get something going here against Framber. Whatever's going on here, you got the power of the dreads is not to be undersold. All right, Ty France steps up the plate. 0 for 1 with a strikeout in this game. Curve ball. France swings and bats it foul. Framber doing a very good job here of changing up his sequencing as well. Started out France before with the first pitch fastball, comes back on this with the curveball. I don't know if France is necessarily looking for a curveball there, but and then comes back with a fastball, and France was looking curved there on that second pitch. He's got the Mariner lineup just guessing a little bit. They're not ahead of him on what's coming. It makes a pitcher all that much more tougher if I can't occasionally guess right with you. 0-2 pitch, curve, low and inside. Tough pitch there. Friends held back. Brandon Schutz, I am here. How are you? Thank you for doing the Astros. My pleasure, Brandon. I'm doing great, man. Thanks for hopping on in. Larry Bird says, let's tie it up. Another curveball low and inside. Ball 2. All right. Opening batter of the inning, Ty. He don't want to put you on base. 2-2 pitch here from Framber. Batted back up the middle. Jose Altuve has already made this play once, and he does so once again. France with a lot less speed than Julio had on the same kind of play last inning, ranging back behind second base, making the play, falling away from the first base bag, and still putting enough on the throw to be able to get Ty France out. The fielding for the Astros so far has shown up. That was an easier play than maybe Julio's was, but they've fielded a very clean game in three and a third innings so far from the Astros. Larry Bird says France with bricks for feet. Yeah, he's not the most fleet of foot, that is for sure. Renson, sorry we got friends out. All right, Suarez up to the plate. First pitch, ball in the dirt. James, we're getting some contact at least. Soon they'll start finding some holes. It is good to see him putting the ball in play a little more there, James. That's the thing. You get around some of these strikeouts. So that's a step in the right direction, especially playoff baseball, especially if you're going to need to manufacture a run. You ain't going to manufacture much if you can't put the ball in play. So good point. Very good point. Another curve there to Suarez. He's got him 2-0. Let's see if he gives Suarez a pitch here. And Suarez probably no doubt sitting dead red fastball. I probably shouldn't have knocked Framber's dreads. They're pretty close to where Luis's is at. They're pretty strong. They don't feel they feel more chaotic. I quite got that perfect alignment thing going. 2-0 pitch. Yeah, I'm sitting fastball if I'm Suarez here. Dead red. Missed it. Gave him a dead red fastball down the middle of the plate. And both Santana and Suarez have had 2 pitches down the middle of the plate where I think theoretically in that bat, that's what they were looking for was a fastball. They've missed it. No two ways about it. Just straight missed it. That's going to happen. But Framber doesn't give you a lot of pitches to hit. You start missing the few that he does give you to hit, the day gets even longer. Curveball down in the dirt. 3-1 now. Come on, Gino. Mitch Haniger on deck. Framber Valdez at 44 pitches here for the game. He likes to wipe a little bit of that sweat to get his grip right on that ball. We need to check his sweat. He's got some sticky sweat, I bet. 3-1 inside, ball 4. Fantastic eye there by Eugenio Suarez. Framber kind of looked like he wanted the call, but it was well inside off the plate. I don't know why he thought that was a strike as much as he's gesturing like he does. That ball's curved way inside, and the catcher framed it well, but come on. That's 3-4 inches off the plate. Threw a cutter there. Framber takes a big, deep breath, comes set here. Eugenio on first, 1 man down. Mitch Haniger up at the plate. Bounced in front of the plate there, ball 1. Ray Barrios, Dodgers are the Mike Tyson of baseball. Got to knock him out early or else. Is that how you do with Mike, Ray? I thought with Mike, what you want to more do is wear him down, get him long into a fight. Isn't the early stuff Mike's bread and butter? That was in his career? Is he wanted to take you out early? Another curveball down low. So Framber kind of feeling kind of get back his feel of his location here to start this inning, especially that curveball, which has been so brilliant here early on. I don't know, Ray. I think with Mike, you want to outlast him, let him get through all that crazy punches he's going to throw and let him get tired out. And then once you got him wore out, then you start going to work with him. I will say prime Mike Tyson, I don't think anybody could really mess with that, though. It didn't matter. And that is 3-0 there. So fastball high and outside. I would really hope here, I'm sure he's got the green light, but this is a situation where I really don't want to give Mitch Haniger the green light. Framber's going to give you some free passes. Take those free passes. Yeah, he might groove one here to you. And indeed, he gave him a good pitch that he could have hit there, but I like more with Mitch here. Get to a 3-1. Let's keep working the pitch count here. Let's keep trying to get depth. Remember, we got in that Astro bullpen early a couple days ago, so let's try to get back into it. I know they're strong, but Framber's more of the difficult quotient here that we're dealing with. 3-1 pitch here to Mitch. Gets a pitch, hits it hard. Down the line, that ball is going to be fair. Jordan is struggling to come up with it, but manages to corral it finally there. And Eugenio will get into third base. Mitch Haniger at second, one man down. Very nice swing there by Mitch Haniger. Good level stroke. Right on that pitch. And boy, did he drive that well. Uncorked that one right down the line. Nice piece of hitting there. David says Valdez control is what beats him. Definitely see it on a bat like that, where he's probably struggling to find a spot. That gets you as a pitcher more likely to kind of get back into the zone a little bit more deeper than you want to be to get those strikes. And that's where that can lead to harm. Got to get this runner in from third minimum here. Got to do it. Carlos Santana steps up to the plate. Ball one low. Another curve there low. Ethan says keep sitting on those curveballs. Tony says we might have something here. Santana ready to go here. Ball two, outside. Another curveball missing off the plate, and Framber's definitely lost a little bit of the feel for the curve here, just this inning at least. It's been very good today up until this point, but it's been kind of all over the map here now so far. James says not quite a handy bomb, but good enough. Good enough, man. 2-0. Ooh, does not give in to Santana. He throws that big old hook one more time there and gets it over for a strike. Santana was sitting fastball on it. No doubt about it. He was sitting on something he could maybe hopefully drive. And I would take a sac fly right now too. You're gonna have to scrawl out the runs today. That's just probably the way it's gonna go. And this is a place where with Santana I worry a little bit because he is such a dead pull hitter. You'd like more of the approach to be able to just sort of lift this and go oppo with it. Another curveball outside. I wonder if perhaps here Framber's thinking this at bat, it's okay to walk him, see if we can get him to swing at some pitches out of the zone, which certainly Santana can do at times. Or if you walk him, you then get the force out every bag, you get a double play. He's thrown him 4 straight curveballs. If he goes back to curveball here, this does mean that he's willing to walk him here and that's a little bit in the back of his mind. And comes back, is that a cutter there? Must have been a cutter there on 3 and 2, but it does put it in the zone, so he's going after him. One nice part about this inning is that you've at least got Framber to work here a little bit. And yeah, a good base hit probably does score 2 here. Haniger's got okay speed out there at second. Three-two pitch. Bounced on the ground. Suarez is running home. He tries to go home with it and throws it past the bag. We've got a throw down here. We've got a run down here. And he will be out is Santana. Okay. So a lot happening on that play. He bounces a ball right in front of the pitcher. Pitcher comes up with it, decides to go home with it as Suarez was going all out to get home on that play. Throws it past the catcher, throws it so hard past the catcher, it bounces back to the catcher very quickly. Santana decides he's going to try for second, then gets caught in a rundown. That ball came right back to the catcher. I understand why Santana did it. You wouldn't have expected that ball to come. I mean, that thing rocketed back to the catcher by how hard Framber had thrown it, trying to get Suarez because the play was going to be close at the plate. So 1-1, Seattle Mariners, you do get the run home. That's the part that at least most matters here. And we are at least even back up. When you are a guy like Santana, though, or be it a France, you want to have those guys to make sure they're, and that could have a good throw might have gotten him. Framber did a good job of fielding his position. It's a tough throw falling back away like he was there. But yeah, if he does put that on, he probably gets it. That was a ballsy throw by Valdez. He was going back to his old days, I'm sure, as a fielder. He saw Altuve and he's like, I can do the Altuve. I got that in my bag. Falling away, sidearm. All right, well, we're back here in this one a little bit more now. 1-1. Valdez with 56 pitches here now thrown through the top of the fourth inning. 2 men out. Dylan Moore up the plate with a chance to put the Mariners up in the lead. And he's first pitch swinging hard. And that ball's going to get down for a base hit. Mitch Haniger will get home. Mariners are now up 2-1 in this game. What a nice piece of hitting by Dylan Moore. Don't try to do too much with it with the power pitcher. Just go with the pitch. He did so there. Framber left that one a little bit higher than he's been leaving it today. I wonder if he's still a little bit after that last play there where the runner scored, thinking about that a little bit. He's been keeping that pitch a little bit low. But Dylan Moore put a very good swing on that ball. Nice line drive stroke there. Let's go, Demo. Cal Raleigh steps up to the plate now. I think Raleigh last at bat, I believe he first pitch was swinging at a fastball. And right now they're very worried about Dylan Moore over at first base here. Framber's made 2 quick throws over to first. I think it's going to be hard for Dylan to try to get a stolen base attempt here. You just can't get that jump against those lefties like you'd like. Nitro Hawk, what's up, man? Kronos says, nice hit. That just died as soon as it cleared the infield. Boy, did it ever. Yeah, it looked like it could have been a caught ball from right field off the bat, but it just went right in front of the right fielder. Didn't even try to do like a quasi jump for it. And Raleigh got a good pitch to hit there. He put a big swing on it. And that's the third time Framber's got away on it, guys that can park it in this game, putting the ball right there over the middle of the plate with a fastball. And Raleigh just giving Framber a very long look out there at the mound like, I almost had you. Problem now, Cal, is you're going to get a couple of curveballs because he saw that too. Framber looks at first with his wind. Curveball low. David Valdez lost 2 games this year throwing pitches in the dirt to the backstop. Control sucks. He definitely fielded the ball well, but it's definitely a 2-part process. Got to field and make the throw. James Black says Cal's going to bust this game open. Let's go, James. 1-1. Another curveball low. I told you, he saw that swing, folks. When he saw that big swing at Cal on that first pitch, he's like, no more fastballs for a minute. Let's give him a break on the fastballs. Skylar Thomas, the one things I've always said about Valdez is that it takes one to know one. Berg Show, why not have Toro catch today? Cal isn't very good hitting righty. You also want Cal for his ability to catch the game too, Berg, for what he's doing behind the dish. Framing balls, that type of thing. So you don't want to just go all offense necessarily. And Framber Valdez, again, throwing it back over Dylan Moore there on first base. Dylan Moore scrambling to get back. Yeah, I think Berg Show, you want to go with your best catcher here. You want to go, and it's the defense as much as anything. Raleigh's an upper-level defender behind the dish. Calls a great game. Frames pitches really well. I think you're thinking that as much as anything else. And Dylan Moore running with the pitch. And boy, Cal puts a good ride on it, but right there to the center fielder on a line out for out number 3. But the Mariners are able to get a couple runs in on Valdez, struggling with a little bit of control there, and are able to take the lead in this ball game on the error by Valdez. And the nice hit by Dylan Moore. Beeb says, love that inning. Raise the pitch count. We did indeed. Got him up in that inning. Good patience by them. Corona says, throw that damn pitch. Leave Demo alone. Yeah, he was worried about it. I'm surprised to see Demo going on that pitch too. It is hard. When you go with the lefties, you almost have to have it's a jump of faith, really. Because I was a left-handed pitcher, and I was a master at this. I mean, I constructed my whole windup out of the stretch just so that I could get up into the top of the windup, and if I saw the guy leading off, I could always go back over to the first base side. You guys remember Andy Pettit was a master of this as well. I was just as good as Andy was. I wasn't a great pitcher, but I was very good with a pickoff move being a lefty, and it's very tough because that leg picks up, and the runner wants to go as soon as the leg picks up. But if I can decide at the top of my motion that you're going to maybe go into your secondary lead or even start to do a stolen base attempt, bam, I got you. I got you dead to rights. I'll be right back, folks. Bear with me, please. Oof. All right. So we got Mariners two runs, 3 hits, no errors. Astros 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error. Framber's at 61 pitches right now. Castillo's at 39. And this will be the middle of the order up this inning for the Houston Astros. Ball 1 here to Pena. Berg Show says, do you think that every ballpark should have the same dimensions? Foot, hockey rings, tennis courts, basketball courts have the same dimensions, but not baseball. Why not? This ball's going to get hit into the gap here. Pena's going to have an easy run of 2. Julio gets this ball back in quickly there to keep it to 2, but boy, that's going to do some work here for Houston out the gate here in this first inning. I'm not Berg Show. I think part of the coolness about baseball is that not every park is built the same. And I think that's, to me, I kind of like that personally. I think it's part of what gives each stadium a little bit of its own personality. I grew up with the Ivy in Chicago and Fenway Park with the Green Monster. I wouldn't want those things removed from the game. I kind of celebrate those as much as anything else. So an opening double here, and once again, you got this is a place again where I say don't pitch to Jordan. Here's a spot where you don't pitch to Jordan. You have a runner on second, nobody out. I don't pitch to Jordan here. And you got killed by this guy in the first game. You're going to let him have an opportunity here to once again kill you again. And maybe Castillo just pitches around him and doesn't really give him much of anything to hit. But you've got a lefty naturally here, so he can still pull that runner over from second just with a bouncing ball over there. Let's get the double play opportunity in play here in a 1-run game. And Castillo misses low 2-0. Certainly when you're behind in the count 2-0, let's not give him anything meaty here. Dangerous situation here for Luis. And boy, how many times in this series already have you been able to have this guy come up to the plate if you're Houston with runners on? This is exactly as you would want it. Castillo is set. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. And Jordan was looking to take the lead on that swing. Nicely done there. Two one. So Castillo's not completely pitching around him. He gave him a strike there. Jordan hits this ball up into the air, lofted high. Dylan Moore's underneath it. I don't know if this is going to allow him to be able to get over from second, and it doesn't. So Castillo makes me look like a fool there. He does pitch to Jordan. Jordan hits that out to left field for a pretty easy can of corn. James Blackson pulled the string on him. He did. Cooper says, I don't remember who, but a few teams used to change the outfield dimensions in between every inning. Well, I definitely wouldn't be in favor of that. That seems like the road to danger. You imagine having like an automatic outfield where it's like it pulls in a little closer for the home team, pulls out when the opposing team's up. All right, Bregman up to the bat now. First pitch, 98-mile-an-hour fastball, strike. 0-1. Bregman 0 for 1 with a fly out in his first at bat. Steele comes set. Outside. Cal able to get to that one. Cal had to really scramble there. It was set up inside, then had to get back to the outside, far outside the corner there just to get to that ball. Bottom of the fourth inning, 1 out. Runner on second. Mariners up 2-1. Bregman ready to go here. Ready to go. And that looks like trouble. Haniger's got it. It was on a line, but Haniger able to come up and make the catch. Had a nice jump on that ball. Bregman hit it well. But Haniger in the right place, right time. 2 men out. D-Man. What's up, D-Man? Great catch. Great jump on that ball as much as the catch. That catch was a lot easier for him to come in there late because right off the bat there he was charging. Whereas a lot of times instinctually wise from an outfielder, you're taught first instinct wise to take a step back. To don't go forward. That's how you get yourself in trouble. But good job by him of recognizing that ball off the bat to make that jump on it like he did. Tucker up to the plate now. He's the man responsible for the home run for the Astros here to begin things off. And ball down in the dirt. Nice job by Cal Raleigh to block it. So Bergshow, you were asking about why not Toros and Torrens. And you're seeing a couple moments here in this inning as to why not. You know, just the way he got that ball on the outside part of the plate, which was almost to the backstop, and then the ability to stand the ball in front of the ball there. Cal Raleigh is one of the better defensive catchers you got in this league. Torrens is not. And that does factor in a game like this. 1-0 here. And he gave him another pitch down and inside. See how he hammers that and it went out foul, folks? But can you see what I'm talking about? Tucker got another pitch like the one he had hit a home run on. This one, he just drug it foul. But you can't miss there on lefties. Like, do you see what I'm saying? You cannot. That's the spot that you don't miss. Miss outside, miss away, miss high, but do not miss on a left-handed batter low and inside. He will absolutely crush you if he's got any kind of power. And Castillo just did that in the last pitch, and he got this one too a little bit. But he gets it up high. Tucker puts a good swing on it, can't get as much lift on it. That will be out number 3. Nice job there by Raleigh to make sure he set the glove up high and go up here. Up here, not down here. David says, you know what's pathetic? Altuve is 0 for 6 in the series. Yeah, he's definitely been he's been pitched pretty tough by the Mariner pitchers. They've done a good job with him so far. They're doing a good job. Castillo is pushing it with the lefty. Yeah, he's playing around there, playing with fire, Tony. I don't know why he's got a natural draw to miss into that danger spot on the left-hander, but you got to be careful there, because once he just about took that foul pitch, man. He put that up in the third deck. You know, it's easy power for a left-handed hitter. I don't know why, too. It's weird because, again, the right-handers, it's more with a right-handed batter about their danger zone being out over the plate, allowing them to get their arms extended. And it's more about right out over the middle of the plate with a right-handed hitter. But lefties do not miss low and inside. Mark says, if a goose lands on the field, should it be ruled a foul ball? Laughing my ass off yesterday's game. Yeah, I like how they had they did that pretty quick. They came up with that with the let's throw a towel on top of it and then put it in the deal. How about it was weird too. The goose just laid right down, like it landed and realized, holy crap, what am I in here right now? And just came right down to a stop. Berkshire, do you have any clue why Evan Gattis retired a few years ago? He was young. He used to crush us. I don't know. I don't know anything about Evan Gattis, man. Sorry. David, don't worry. I know this team, Alvarez, will be hot at first, then ice cream cold later in the series. I hope so. That would work out well for us, David. That would work out very well for us if that could be the case. Beebs, why do managers try to switch it up in the postseason and try having starters in the bullpen like Robbie and Kirby situation? Once you get into a series in the postseason, you're really going to go 3-man deep in your starting rotation, Beebs. And the reason is because you're going to get a day off, and that's going to factor in. So, same thing here where you get the day off a little early on, lets you elongate the series out a little bit. Now you could bring back Logan Gilbert on Sunday, theoretically, if you really wanted to. So you don't have the need of going to the 5-man rotation that you have to during the year, where you're not going to ask a starter in a 3-man rotation to pitch 45 starts a season. So that's the main reason you would do that. You like their arms coming out of the pen with Robbie Ray. This Mariner team, as good as this bullpen is, doesn't necessarily have a lot of lefties out of the bullpen that you could bring in. And Frazier steps up the plate here now against Framber to start off the top of the 5th inning. The Mariners up 2-1 here. Frazier 0 for 1 with a strikeout in this game. So, low, ball 2. So you're looking at Robbie there. You got the lefty-lefty matchup. Beebs, head coaches are always going to like the lefty-lefty matchup, especially in that situation. I've been told that Jordan had been hitting like 30 off of him or 300 or something off of Ray. So he was playing the matchups for how that's gone between those guys and their matchups and thinking he had something advantageous for his pitcher. But as I said, I'm not a big fan of doing it unless you have a guy who has some kind of history of being in there, or he's just such a power arm coming out of the pen like you have with Kirby, where it almost doesn't matter at that point a little bit. And this will be a 2-2 count now after Frazier bats this foul. But it makes sense, Beebs, to some degree. You want a little more depth in your bullpen. You've gone through a bullpen like the other day where you've gone through a lot. I can understand the sense in it, but it's the type of guy you choose to put in that role in that position. I think you got to be very selective with. And I don't think Robbie Ray's really got a bullpen kind of mindset with how he approaches and starting pitching, how long he's been a starting pitcher. It's hard for you to ask a guy like that to change when it's so set who he is and what he is. 2-2. Frazier is able to foul a little bit ball back here and stay alive. Framber with the wind. This ball hit foul. Kind of an awkward swing there by Frazier, but does foul it off. I'll say, and this is too a little bit of why you do miss Haniger in this particular game, where you probably would in this ideally have Dylan Moore there out at second base, and then you would bring Haggerty then for left field. So you'd be basically moving at least one of the lefty bats out of this lineup here a little bit. Framber gets him inside on a fastball to swing right through it. Wasn't even close to being a strike. Frazier just couldn't see the ball clearly coming off that left-hander. And boy, was there a lot of movement on that pitch. That four-seamer was just flying. That almost had kind of the movement horizontally that you see in a slider. It didn't have any of the downward plane to it, but it just had this absolute, went from the outside of the plate to the far inside part of the plate when it finally finished up. Crawford up now, takes the first pitch fastball, strike on the outside part of the plate, 0-1. Berkshire, Evan Gattis was the huge bearded Astros catcher, used to hit bombs. Yeah, I can vaguely remember him on that Burke show. Admittedly speaking, that was at a time with this Mariner team where after, watching a lot of bad years and a lot of bad played ball, I kind of was at a point of like, you guys got to prove to me that you're worthwhile to watch. I'm not going to watch you when you're winning 60 games a year for year in and year out with no hope into the future. So I admittedly wasn't as much following as much into depth with it at that time, but I'm not too sure what happened there with Mr. Gattis. You got a catcher that can usually hit bombs. That's going to be pretty valuable in Major League Baseball. 1-1 count here to Crawford. Swing and a miss, 1-2. That's 71 pitches now for Framber Valdez. Berkshire says, move Crawford to second base, sign Correa at shortstop. I don't know if I'm quite on favor of doing that, Berkshire. I think the other consideration is that one of our best prospects right now in minor league baseball is a shortstop of the future probably for us. And as I understand it, he can truly play shortstop, the kid they got in the minors. I don't know if I want to create a situation where I create a logjam on that. I think that there's other positions. I think it's easier to go find a left fielder or a right fielder. It's easier to go find the designated hitter. I'd be probably just more in favor of trying to roll with Frazier and Crawford another year out there and see where it could go. Crawford gives you such a good glove from the shortstop position. I don't know if I want to remove that. And I don't know how well he's going to play over at second base. Swing and a miss there by Crawford. Strike number 3. That will be 2 outs. Cronus says, no, I was saying Ray was terrible versus the Astros, especially Alvarez. He was 10.97 ERA and 3 outings with the Astros this year. Putting Ray in, that made sense. Okay, I feel you, man. I just going off. Sometimes I get told stuff in the chat or people say things that's not true, and then I don't always have the time to go look it up. So somebody said in my chat after that he was hitting off Alvarez, was hitting like 300 off of him. So if that's not the case, then it doesn't make any sense to bring him out there. But I wasn't in favor of it, even if you had the advantageous matchup of lefty-lefty, and Ray had done really well against Alvarez throughout the year because he had done well against Alvarez as a starting pitcher, not as a bullpen guy coming out in a key moment with runners on. Julio, first pitch swinging, can of corn, out to right field. That will be out number 3, and we will move on into the 5th inning here with the Mariners up 2-1. Nice job by Framber to get blocked back in this inning. But I don't like Cronus. I don't like the move. I'm not in favor of that. It's not with Ray. Not there. Maybe something the Mariners could look to do this offseason if they're going to look to do anything for that bullpen is maybe find a lefty. A Jordan killer, if you will. Osama says, remember, Hangman was once the Mariners' top prospect, Brandon? True. Prospects are items that go up and down, up and down, up and down. And he can certainly end up hitting a spot where he suddenly gets into a failure point. So it's no guarantee there. I wouldn't be opposed to going shortstop if I didn't look over at my left and right field and designated hitter positions and say, okay, yeah, I can see wanting to upgrade those spots, but these are the other places where it's easier. It's hard to find the good hitting shortstop or the good hitting catcher. It's easier to find the good hitting left fielder and the good hitting right fielder, and a good hitting DH should be fairly simple to find. So I think it's a little bit, from my standpoint, more of a path of least resistance here kind of thing. There's only going to be so many moves you can make. You're not going to be able to sign a Correa, then move Crawford, then sign left fielder and get a DH. I mean, they're going to be limited to a tiny degree on. They'll have some money to spend, but I don't think they're going to go that cray with it. Maybe they will. That'd be awesome if they did. I'd love to see that. But this Mariner team and ownership has not exactly been the most high-spending crew out there in recent years. So I would anticipate that maybe Nay would be that. So I would more keep that pathway open up in that side of it. William Letter says, Goms. Megan says, okay, gang, head now. Be back later. Sounds good. Cool Breeze says, Randy has a strict no foul policy on the mound. He does. Don't you dare as a bird land on my field. I will turn you into a feather bomb. William Leonard, go M's, go M's. Here we go. Bottom of the fifth. See if Castillo can keep staying locked in here. One more coffee. Okie dokie. First pitch strike here. Ball's hit on the ground to Crawford. He gathers it up, throws it over to first. Castillo really rolling good here. That was only pitch number 51 here in the bottom of the fifth inning with one man down. Bergshow, between Crawford and Frazier, they had 9 hours. That's not going to cut it, Brando. What do you mean by 9 hours? Oh, 9 home runs, I guess. What you're meaning? Sorry, look like hours. Like 9 hours. Kind of. Bergshow, I think that the stadium that we play in, you've got to kind of build more at times in certain positions, more to valuing defense, speed, guys that can get on base, guys that put the ball in play. You know, if you're just going to put a whole lineup together of home run hitters, and I know we won a lot of games off winning home runs this year, and that's 1-0 here to Diaz. Swings, fouls it back, 1-1. I think second base and shortstop tend to be positions, Bergshow, you don't tend to need power from or require power from, especially if you're getting it at more of the traditional positions, as the Mariners do seem to get. Third base, center field's giving you power. As balls hit up into the air, Julio's going to have this out there in dead center field. Out number 2. All right, here we go. So I think that's a little bit of what factors into that a bit. I'm certainly not a guy super high on Frazier or Crawford. From my standpoint on this, I could be wrong on this Bergshow, but I think that there's only so much you're going to be able to accomplish in one off season. And right now you have, to me, glaring holes a little bit at left field, right field, and DH. As I said before, you can go find a Correa. Yeah, you can go find maybe a hard-hitting second baseman. I do think you're going to give up assets for that to do that. I think you might end up having to give up more assets to do that than you would have to do if you just go look for a good left fielder, right fielder, DH. And I think if you get those positions solidified down, to me, it's the problem with this lineup, to me, Bergshow this year has not been necessarily you've not gotten enough from Crawford and Frazier at the plate. Yeah, that'd be nicer if they could provide you more than they're providing. But the problem this year from this lineup really has come from the fact that you've had complete dead zones in the lineup in the way of left field, right field at times, and designated hitter. I mean, we're trying up a Santana guy hitting 200 for most of the year. And yeah, he's hitting some home runs, but he's striking out a ton. Not a high walk guy. You know, that's an obvious position to upgrade, and it's not going to take a whole world of a lot of a better player to get better than what you had from the position this year. That's just kind of my thinking on it. I mean, if I've got an easier way to go, that'll be a cheaper way to go, and I'm already, I'm not going to say it's solidified over there, but it's at least enough to where I think those guys are going to have better years than they had this year at the plate next year. And, with especially a guy like Frazier, he got better as the year went along at the dish. Certainly started out really, really rough, but he did improve as he went along. All right, we got a 2-2 count here to Jake Myers, the 8-hole hitter here for the Astros. Castillo looking down like the Terminator at Cal Raleigh. 98-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees. Strike 3, and Castillo gets through his best inning of work so far. I know he's got 3 strikeouts in one of the innings here, but gets some quick, early, fast swings here in this, and nothing hit hard at all in this inning. Great job there by Castillo to get through the 5th. So we will turn this into the top of the 6th. Mariners are up 2-1. Ryan Ball checking in. Brandon, when did the strategy of bringing in your starters reliever start? Was it the 90s? I remember Randy Johnson doing that and he dominated. He did a little bit, Ryan. I mean, remember though, Ryan, when in the 95 game, in the Edgar Martinez game, right? Remember coming into that inning, you were down by a run because Randy Johnson had given up a base hit coming out of the bullpen. And I think there had been another time that you had brought Randy out of the bullpen for, I believe in that, before you'd gotten to that series, it was the Angels, one game off to see who would get in the playoffs because you were tied with the Angels at the end of the year. And so Randy came in out of the bullpen in that game and was really good with it. But then he came in the Yankee game and he got hit. And I think that wasn't really Randy's bag either, quite honestly, especially because I'm sure his arm was a little bit fatigued, having already pitched in that series and had already kind of pitched a lot prior. I could be wrong on that, but I think that something like that happened in that situation. 90s was where you started bringing starters out of the bullpen. Yeah, that's where they really started to kind of do it more. I don't think I remember them doing it all in the 80s. I'm not sure on the 70s. That sounds right. Well, Cool Breeze, I'm happy with Crawford. The lack of home run isn't concerning to me. Not as much for me either. Shortstop and second tend to be two of the positions on the baseball field that tend to be the least home run hitting positions on the field. Sama says Mariners did put together a team of home run hitters during the Jack Z era. The issue was no one was on base when they homered. Yeah, that's my problem. If we lean too much into the home run, if we're playing in Baltimore's park, then maybe you put a lineup together of home run hitters across the board. But we play in a very vacuous type of stadium that really is lent well at its best to small ball. I know we got the job done with home runs this year. This year was a little bit of an outlier in that respect. I don't know that you really want to build a lineup around guys that aren't going to get into base, and you're just looking for the home run ball at every kind of turn at that point. I think that's a little bit of a road to a troubled area long term. Man, we got away with it this year. We were good with it, but I just don't think that that's something that can hold up all the way through. You do have to kind of build your team to the designs of the park, especially when the designs of the park are kind of extreme. And we kind of play in a relatively extreme pitching park. At least historically, that's been where it's been at. Berg says Correa has an opt out. We won't have, honey. I got it. Come on, pumpkin, chill out. Okay. Berg show Correa has an opt out. We won't have to give up anything for him, just a lot of money. It is a lot of money though, and that's my point with it too, Bergs, that you're paying that money for him. You're moving Crawford to second. You're giving up on Frazier, and then you still have the problems and issues really with left field, right field, and DH. I mean, you're going to hope Kelnick. You're going to hope maybe Lewis can come back. I mean, you're kind of hoping on guys that are big question marks going forward rather than having a little more certainty out there. I don't know you're going to have the money to go after Correa and spend money on another guy on left field. And again, if they do, if I'm wrong on that, then let's go that approach, man. It's not my wallet. There is no salary cap in baseball, so spend away if Mariner ownership really wants to go and do that. I'm okay with it. But if they're on a restricted budget, as I think they are, this is a 1-0 pitch here to France. He's going to hit this on the ground to the shortstop. Easy play. If they are on a restricted budget, I would just rather hit those other positions. Jacob Davis has just got to keep the faith alive. It's alive and well here, Jacob. Says, let's go Mariners. Let's go. Cool Breeze says, great job by Castillo. Castillo better not get taken out. Nope. Keep rolling with Castillo here. And he's on a fairly low pitch count at this point. So you're not in a position to feel like he's really maxed everything out here. Jacob Davis, should the Hawks attempt to sign OBJ? No. Problem right now for you, Jacob, isn't your wide receiver play. Maybe if you had an injury, you would consider it, but not with the receiving core where it currently is. First pitch curveball here to Eugenio Suarez will be a strike. Michael asks, how many pitches is Castillo at? And he is at 59 pitches for the game so far. So theoretically, if he can stay where he's at with this, you can get another, at the very least, you would feel like maybe 3 innings out of him if you can keep him here. Framber Valdez on the other side of it is at 78 pitches, so maybe just a little bit closer to his end of the day. Perhaps. Hey, Eugenio's got himself into an 0-2 count here. Framber Valdez has pitched a pretty whale of a game overall here. One tough inning. Strike 3, 96 outside corner. And Eugenio curses at himself on that one because he felt like he should have been able to put a better swing on it. That was right into kind of his zone area of things. And look, Framber's pitched a great game. He's had some select moments where he has given the Mariner hitters at times something to maybe swing at there a little closer to the middle of the zone. And they've just not been able to really do much with it at that point. Haniger being kind of the exception when he was able to really hook that down the line. Haniger up now. First pitch swinging strike on the curveball there. Tough pitch. Tough pitch. Framber ready to go here. That ball, another curveball that Haniger hits foul. Berkshire says, Dipoto just says the front office will be spending. I hope they are, man. Like I said, if they're not in a restricted budget, then sign everybody, man. You know what I mean, Bergs? Sign everybody. But if the decision's between getting a shortstop and then having to punt on left field, right field, or the designated hitter position, and hope that we can kind of run with the same out there, that's where I would be a little bit hesitant on making that move. Valdez, 0-2 tier to Mitch Haniger. Inside ball, 1-2. Jacob Davis, could the Vikings hold on to win their division? Yeah, Jacob, I think, quite frankly, they're probably the favorite to win their division right now. Yeah, I hear you. Good job here by Mitch Haniger. He's fought his way back into this account. Got himself quickly into an 0-2 hole. He's managed to not swing at 2 pitches well outside the zone. But Jacob, I do think the Vikings are likely to probably win that division at this point. Yes. I don't think they have an amazing team. I just think the Packers are really, their defense isn't quite as good as they thought it was going to be. And man, Mitch, great eye on this at bat. That was a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, probably 2 inches above the zone. It was a legit ball. I guess that's a changeup. Sorry. Wow. So he's gone curveball, changeup in the sequence to Mitch Haniger. Not giving him, and he draws the walk. I guess Mitch, with that last swing he put on Framber, had Framber going, I'm going to be a little bit careful here. So he will walk Haniger, and Framber's pitch count now up to 85 pitches here. You may very well, if he does get through this inning, be looking at only one more inning of work from him. Ryan Ball, you're right, Brandon. I remember the first Randy Johnson appearance as a reliever. I forgot about the Yankees one. 95 was crazy. 95 was insane, Ryan. It was insane. And I only remember because of it being so, my young teenage mind it was capturing everything. That was the first time living through the 80s, getting to playoff baseball. So it was insane. All right, Santana steps up the dish now. And he hits this ball down the line. This might be trouble. And it's going to get down, folks. Mitch Haniger up into third base, and he is going to hold there. Santana hurrying his big butt around there to get into second base. Second and third. Nice swing. I've been giving Santana all this hard times about not going with more pitches, about yanking everything. And there's a pitch where it shows what he can do when he does go with it. Doesn't try to do too much with it. See how he lets this, watch this on the replay. This is going to get really far into his hands. The swing's it's not late where you're getting fooled. It's late that you're verifying where the pitch's going to be at in when it gets deeper into the zone there. And the upshot is that on that, you're going to be able to then get a little bit more of a good, crispier swing on it. You won't always be able to get as much power on it as if you can really pull and yank it. But a nice piece of hitting there by Carlos Santana, and good hustle on his part to get up into second base. Base hit here gets you 2 more runs. Fantastic. Great at bat there. The pitching coach is going to come out now and talk to the pitcher. They've got a lot they're talking about here right now. Astros got Hector Neris working in the pen right now. Corona says, laugh my ass off. Santana's trying to get an out, going for second. He better get to second on that one. That was like one of those, that wasn't one of those where you hit the double and you hit it right off the wall and it's right back to the right fielder. That was one where it was on a hop, bounced off the wall, did that sort of up into the air float thing that it'll do where the fielder then gets under it, gets his hand out and throws it in. I understand it's a close play, but he's got to get there on that. Tony says, Vamos Marineros. Osama Bin Diesel, Mariners need a shortstop. How about Russell Wilson? There we go. And this will bring up Dylan Moore. He's 1 for 2 in this game. See if Dylan Moore can play. Demo can play a little hero here. 2 men out. Runners on second and third. Mariners up 2-1. Ball. Low. Cool Breeze meow. Yeah, she's very meowy right now. She's in a very needy mood right now. She's very talkative when she's needy. One out here with Moore. Another low pitch inside. Somebody was saying, who was just saying, Kronos saying Framber's refusing to throw fastballs this time through the lineup. Well said, Kronos. A lot of curves here. A lot of curves in through this time through the order. Especially as he's kind of getting the depths of the order here a little bit. Understandably being careful in a one-run game, though. You know, you don't want to give in with that. I get where he's coming from with it. But he is having a hard time now with it, throwing it at the rate he is of locating it correctly. Framber ready, set, delivery, another curveball. I think Demo thought he was going to finally get a fastball there, 2-0, and he came back with another curve. It was a strike, but it fouled off. James Black says, we nice to cash in here. Can't expect to hold Houston to 1 run. No, that seems like especially with right now where our bullpen is. You certainly feel good about Castillo where he is, but you want to get this bullpen right now all the room for error you can. 2-1, another curveball, 4th straight one he's thrown here to Dylan Moore that'll miss high outside, ball 3. Ethan Tech World, Julio's son Hector Neris is warming up. Bergshow, Jerry likes to float at DH. He doesn't want a static DH. Yeah, I mean, maybe so. Maybe so. It's what I like about it from my standpoint, attacking and addressing it again, is that, you know, you got to spend all the money in the world for a Correa to get a bat at shortstop because, and this ball's batted foul. So we got 3-2 here to Dylan Moore on a fastball there. Finally gave in a little bit. It's just a kind of a cost versus other cost, dollar for dollar thing for me, Bergs. Like, I can go get a DH that can hit far above 215 home runs for you out of that spot, which is about what you've gotten from it this year. And I can do so much better for that than where I'm at, and it's not going to cost me everything. Or it's not going to cost me a huge part of my budget that I got to allot this offseason theoretically. Because that's great that DePoto's saying he's going to spend money. But they also said Berkshire they were going to spend money this last offseason, didn't they? And they only end up signing Robbie Ray. So I as much as that's kind of like great talk to come from DePoto, they're going to have to show me they got that checkbook. They got that amount of checks to be able to do that. I tend to think they're going to be on a little bit more of a limited budget. And if you're on a limited budget, if you are restricted, and you are a bottom third payroll as it stands right now, then you've got to be smarter in your decision making and be able to go after guys that are good value. And if we look to upgrade your team for the most minimal of extra cost that you have to put into it to get the most maximum returns over what you've got from the position prior. That's why I land at DH, left field, and right field. And I appreciate if we do disagree on this. I'm okay if we've got all the money in the world to spend. Go get Correa. But that's just how I kind of land where I land with this, Bert Show. I can get where DePoto's at with it, and Demo does draw a walk here, which will load up the bases. It looks like Baker's going to go make a pitching change here. He doesn't trust that he's got a spot, which is interesting here because I believe you've got a lefty coming out, but I think Nearest is lefty too, so they're going another lefty here. But that's where I think with it. I feel like if I've got 100% of my budget here, I could go take Berg Show 40% of that budget, get my left field, 40% of that budget, and go get a DH or even another right fielder if you want to go that route and get reasonable ones. I'm not talking about insane guys, but just reasonably good guys that will really help where you were versus this year, where you had guys like Winker out there hitting 220 for you with real low power numbers when he was out there. Haggerty was a little bit better. Haniger was all right. Let's not forget Haniger, though, also a kind of a 230 guy. Kelnick struggled out there. Dylan Moore didn't hit well for you in the outfield throughout the course of this year. So I look at it like that versus Correa. I'm going to have to put like 70% of my allotted budget theoretically to him as far as putting all, and then that's going to leave me 30% over to put the rest of the team kind of together. I feel like I'm making a bit of that decision if I go for Correa. Could be wrong. They could spend all the money in the world and suddenly just go nuts. I'd love to see it, Berg Show. I'd love to see them spend like that. That would be awesome. I think it's going to be very hard to win if you're going to be a bottom third payroll. But you have signed Julio now. You have signed Winker to the 2-year deal. You have signed Luis Castillo to the deal. I do wonder necessarily how much money there really is to spend, but we'll see. It'll be interesting. Oh, it's Big Dumper up at the bat. I thought it was Frazier or something. I don't know why I'm thinking that. Ethan Tech World, they're letting Cal hit on the left. I guess so. Interesting. It's not like Cal has looked all that comfortable against Framber today. Cal's not also a guy that's, going to be as necessarily as patient as we saw from a guy like Demo there. That'd be another part of this here. Interesting call by Dusty Baker to go to the pen and switch him around like this. Ryan Ball says, I hit that like button. Have you? Yes, thank you, Ryan, for reminding me that. If you like what you're listening to here, do me this favor, please, and do hit that like button. I really do appreciate it. Helps my channel grow tremendously. Just a little thing, but it's a big thing in my heart. As well as please do get subscribed. I'd like to see if this offseason we can push our way up to 1,000 subs here by the start of next year, if that's possible. Berg Show says, would you let Haniger and Santana walk? I would be willing to bring both back, Bergs, but it's what's the cost going to be kind of, conversation. I don't really want to give Mitch a multi-year deal with his injury situation. I'd bring him back on a 1-year flyer, and the same thing's true for Santana. I would spend more on Mitch on a 1-year deal than I would spend for Santana, but I would be open to bringing them both back. I'd be open to it. I'm just not going to spend a ton, though, with either. Hector Neris up to the bullpen here, out of the bullpen here for the Astros, 6-4 with a 3.72 ERA. Opponents hitting .205 off of him this year in 65 innings of work. 7 strikeouts to 17 walks on the year. So he is going to put it over the plate. He is going to challenge you. And Framber Valdez, you've got to give him some props in this game. I thought he pitched a very, very good game here for this Astro team, only giving up 2 runs there. Through, we got 5 2/3 innings for him. Pretty good. Cal Raleigh has been 4 for 4 with a home run and 4 RBIs in this postseason with the bases loaded, and he swings at a first pitch curve ball there for a ball. Strike. Sorry, not a ball. Strike. That was a little low and out of the zone there for Cal. Geared up to kind of get that swing, and boy, what a big dumper grand salami time would be nice here. 0-1. Down in the dirt. Good job by the catcher to block that one. David says, oh my God, Neris sucks. Yeah, but his control sucks. I don't know, 77 strikeouts, 17 walks. That's a pretty good strikeout to walk ratio. That's like 3-1 or something, right? 3, almost 4-1. That's not bad. He's definitely thrown him 2 balls here. You got Cal to swing at one of them. Cal's got to know here. He doesn't look like he wants to give him a fastball. 1-1. Near slow, getting set. Another low pitch, trying to get him to bite. And the umpire says he swung 1 and 2. Cal does not look happy by that. It looked like he was able to hold up. It's supposed to be if they cross the plate with it. I mean, he crossed the plate with it. I gotta say, I think that's an okay call. I think that's an okay call. 1 and 2, tough spot here for Cal. Come on, buddy. Lock in. And boy, Cal Raleigh didn't swing at 1 strike that whole at bat. That whole at bat, he just decided. He almost kind of. It's almost kind of like he decided that whole at bat, I'm going to swing every single pitch. You got to make him get you in the zone there if you're Cal, man. You cannot get that jumpy with it. And the guy's got some tough stuff, but especially when he's throwing breaking pitches, make him prove he can get those over for a strike. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Berkshire, Edwin Encarnacion was a good DH. I don't know what you mean by that, Berkshire. Sorry. David, yeah, they won't make any noise with Luis Castillo. Hopefully Luis can stay locked in here. Tony, a bit impatient. Just a little bit. Little bit. Every one of those pitches was out of the zone. D-Man says, I wonder what team leads in runners with scoring position. I'm not sure. It's going to be hard to hold this to 1 runs right. 1 sec. Berg Show, you've never heard of Edwin Encarnacion? No, I've heard of him. I don't know what you were meaning. You said Edwin Encarnacion was a good DH. I mean, I thought you were trying to say something what you're saying with it, so I just didn't understand what you're just saying. He was a good DH. Yes, he was a good DH. I thought you were trying to make a point within what you were saying on that, so I just didn't quite understand you on that, Bergs. Beavis says, I just know there's going to be at least 1 inning where the Astros make some noise. Yes, I agree. I don't think 1 run's going to get this done. You're going to need more than this at this point, I think. And they've shown you, I mean, now they've got a little bit of energy going after that stop there. See what Luis can do here. So he's going to get a little bit of the bottom of the order here, turn him back over one more time. Big Country says, howdy, I hate these start times. Bergshow says, I'm saying Edwin is a free agent. Yeah. He's not been as good, though, lately, has he, Bergs? I mean, it's been 2019's kind of a bit of time away. I'll take a look at his stats and see where he is. But I'd look for maybe a little more of a guy that's, I mean, to me, Edwin might be more in that Santana phase of things as far as his career goes. Reverse, in the future here. 1-1 here. Mariners are up 2-1 in this game. We got a 1-1 count to the opening batter here. Strike, fastball, 1-2. Yeah, Big Country, I don't like these start times either. This is annoying. 12 o'clock is just so silly, and there's just, Major League Baseball really needs to revamp this and really rethink this through a little bit more than they've done. I'm not sure why they go this route with it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Don't mess around with the weak hitters in this lineup. There's enough tough ones. Go after the weaker ones. Go after the ones that are a little bit away from the herd. Bergshow, 424 home runs. He's 39. Yeah, so I think at 39 years old, that's probably a little older than what I want to look to go for, Bergs. It's great he's hit 424 over his home runs over his career, but is that more a representation of what he is now or what a representation of what he was? I think you can go more for a DH that's actually hitting right now and is somewhere in the middle of their career and is a quality one versus going that route. I think that's a little bit of what you've done here with Santana. It's not that maybe he doesn't get you an occasional home run at that point, but he's going to hit near 200 when he goes in. Okay, kitty, come on, baby. Come on. Holy Lord, cat. 1-1 here. Jose Altuve will step up to the plate looking for his first hit here of the series. Oh, he's got a ground out and a strikeout here. Hits this one hard. Foul. 1-2. David, that's why Astros won't win a World Series. His name is Dustin Baker. Osama says, wouldn't Lewis be the DH since he's made of glass? I'm sure they would like to ideally be able to put Lewis there. I don't know that Lewis, I don't know his knee or, here's the thing I saw from Lewis here this year to me. That ball's hit up in the air and Raleigh looks like he's going to maybe be able to make a play on it. He is. There we go. 2 down. Nice job there by Raleigh. Well, that ball was hit way up in the air by Altuve. Way up into the air. So the thing I saw with Lewis this year is he just didn't look as strong in his legs when he was swinging. It looks like a guy that down there in that lower part's trying to kind of fight through that injury still a little bit to me. And I don't know if it's ever going to get better. I don't know if he's the bone on bone. Maybe he can bounce back. It has been a couple of years now since he was in that sort of rookie of the year form. It becomes a question mark to me. And as you have a team that's going to move now from its ascent to more of being what should be considered an elite team in Major League Baseball next year. 2 outs here to Pena. When you move into that area of things, I think you need to remove less of the question marks that exist on your roster. And you got to do less of a wing and a prayer hope on a player and get a little bit more certainty. And if Lewis can become that guy again, 1-1 count here to Pena as he bangs that ball into the dirt. Mariners don't currently have anybody working in the bullpen at the moment here. Castillo's at 69 pitches for the game. So we got 1-1 count here to Pena. Low, ball 2. So I'm not sure on that one. D-Man, what do you propose when there are so many games to be played every day during these first 2 rounds in the playoffs? I think that the baseball's got to recognize the fact, D-Man, that there's not going to be this ball's hit up into the air. Long run and almost a collision on the play. Ball just gets in there. Boy, Frazier really made that hard for Julio Rodriguez to come up and make a dive on it because he was so aggressively running back. Just a little bit of caught in between there. And Castillo gives Frazier a little bit of a look there, like, get the hell out of the way and let that center fielder make that play. Frazier was really staying on that ball late into the process. And yeah, I mean, he just removed Julio from being able to come up and jump for that ball. In fact, he kind of messed with Julio where he threw this, weirdly done by Frazier. What a weird effort. If you're going to go balls out for it at that point, then dive for it. And Luis is a little frustrated with them, and rightfully so. That was a dumb play by Frazier. That's the center fielder's ball to go get. Get the hell out of the way if you can't get to it. You got to know what's going on with that at the bat. And again, once again here in this series, you've got Yordan Alvarez up to the plate with a runner on. If the Astros end up winning this series, this is a big part of the reasoning behind what's happened when you've done it. You cannot seem to get guys off a base before this guy comes up the plate, and boy, is it frustrating to see. So frustrating. What is Frazier doing there? Definitely not a good game from him today. I mean, that was like him trying to... This ball hit hard, deep, gone. D-Man, there's something you can do about it. You can put him on base if you've got a way to put him on base. Why do you have to pitch to him? If there's a way to put him on base, why let the best hitter in the lineup kill you every single game of this series? He just destroyed you in the first game. You're going to let him now beat you in this game. I'm fine if nobody's on and you want to pitch to Alvarez. But for the love of God Almighty above, can we please, for the love of God, the rest of this series, not pitch to this guy if we can avoid it? Oh my God. Yeah, I called it. This is so stupid. Service is absolutely just, his diaper's full right now in this series. That is, I don't know what the hell he's thinking with Yordan. I guess Scott walked into this series with no absolute plan for dealing with Yordan Alvarez. This is so dumb by Scott. You barely have to do anything anymore in Major League Baseball as a head coach. You barely got to do anything. Well, Astros are winning this series right now, and how this is going. We are losing this at every turn. You got the previous play there where Frazier decides to put his head up his ass and see if he can taste the back of his throat. Because not only does he run out and not get to the ball, but watch what he does with his glove. He does this little silly flick move with his glove to throw Julio off, who's trying to charge in and think about jumping for the ball there. You got that stupid ass play. And then you get Scott Service, who's like, oh, Dan's killed us at every turn in this series so far. We've got a place where if I put a guy in first and second, that's tough, but there still is only one out at that point. There is one out. I can put a runner at first and second, and then just let's let somebody else in this lineup hurt us. Let's let somebody else in this lineup beat us. How about that as a given concept, Scott? Yeah, Service is making me turn on this real quickly with the way that this series has gone. He has looked in over his head. I appreciate what he's done for this team this year, but this series right now, he's showing you the difference of two different... You can knock Dusty Baker all you want. Dusty Baker's coaching circles around Scott Service in this series. From how he's used the bottom of that lineup at the end of the game to how he's used his bullpen. For Service to pitch to Yordan there is so dumb. The guy's, they just showed his stat early in the game. He's hitting .407 through the last 29 games. Walk him. Just walk him. Let it go, Scott. Let it go. So silly. So silly. And Aaron Judge isn't coming to Seattle. There's no way Aaron Judge is coming here. He's going to go to a big market. He's going to go to a big city, big market, get his star bright, get his merchandising and his brand and his, got to get all my commercials and get all like that. They all want that stuff. Like they're going to want to come small market team out in Seattle. It ain't happening. This has been a painful series. A painful series. I just... David says, then again, you're putting the tying run on second base. It isn't that there's a good answer there, David, where there's one where you say, oh, there's a good solution here to putting him on base with the runner on. My theory on it goes this. If I have nobody out, I don't put Yordan on there at first base with the first guy on first base. But if I have one man out, I put him on first base because I can still then now create the double play possibility. And then if some other hitter in the lineup beats you at that point, then fine. You've let somebody else beat you, but don't let the most dangerous hitter in the lineup beat you. I mean, to me, this is something that as a coach would be one of the things at the forefront of my mind. Is there a more dangerous hitter in this lineup than anybody else? Is there a guy that can do more and greater damage to me than anybody else in this lineup by probably a fairly considerable degree? Not to say that the Astros don't have a good lineup. They do. But he is the most dangerous. He is perhaps one of the top 3 most dangerous hitters in this sport. If that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and try to take my chances with somebody else in a playoff series when the game is this important. And right now, Frazier continues to have just an awful game here. He's in 1-2 in this count. He's not seeing the pitches clearly. I don't know if he's maybe just not seeing the baseball clearly here today. He just completely crapped the bed in the last inning by throwing Julio off and starting that whole problem. We could have gotten out of that inning if he had just gotten out of the way. Now he's 1-2. Berkshire, I've changed my mind. Get Frazier out of here. I've changed my mind. He's gone. I'm done with him. Go get Correa. Great country, I get Bergman is dangerous, but Alvarez is way more dangerous. Don't get the logic from Scott. I don't either. Master Chief, haven't been able to watch what's happening. Stupid decisions by Scott Service again. And Astros are beating this series right now. They're winning the series. I mean, they might sweep this thing at this point. And Frazier hits a little nubbly ball down there to the ground. But you basically got last inning a little pop out to center field. It's Julio's ball, the center fielder's ball. It's their ball coming up there. Frazier stays with the little pop up like he's going to pull some Willie Mays play, and at the last second decides he's not going to try for the Willie Mays play and then back out of the way. But he's that point has screwed the pooch as far as then allowing Julio to come up and make a diving catch there. And Luis Castillo shook his head. You could see Luis pissed off at Frazier after that play, rightfully so. And then it leads to you then having Yordan Alvarez, who has spent this whole series with runners on base every time he comes up one way or another. And that's the difference in this game right now. Master Chief, why the hell did we pitch to Yordan? I don't know, man. I'm sure Scott Service will have some dumb look on his face and shrug when they ask him in his post-game presser. But, you know, your manager, it's hard for a baseball manager to really win and lose games overall at the end of the day in Major League. Like, their impact compared to other probably managers in other sports is smaller. But Service is right now helping to lose this series for you from the manager position. Absolutely, entirely a thing you would not want to see from a coach, and you're seeing it here. His game managing style has been putrid. This guy might be a good developer of guys and a great coach in the clubhouse as far as goes, but his ability to kind of control and manage a game is questionable. Oh. Brutal. Jacob Davis says, all season I've been a Frazier skeptic. The first few games or so I liked him well enough, but he's never truly wowed me, and he has descended from decent to mediocre to now outright awful. Yeah, he's been, I talking before, I was thinking more, I don't know, just that moment to do that, just, oh my God. You can handle it if a guy's, doing something where it's like, it's in the moment and the play happens and you just make a mistake. It's another thing when a guy does something completely harebrained and you go, what are you doing there? D-Man, they signed Judge and the rest of the roster will be three great players with the rest of the team being average at best. Yeah, you're not. I just don't think you're signing him. I don't think it's happening. I think there's less than a 1% chance you have a shot at Judge. And a walk here for Crawford with one out now. David says, relax, Astros bullpen is overrated. We'll see. They've been pitching us pretty tired so far this series. Master Chief, if we somehow play the Yankees in the next playoff series, Judge will go off because of our stupidity. It's possible. Master Chief, it's the most simple things with these Seattle teams. It really is. They get the tough stuff wrong, but the simple stuff that you think they'd breeze through, they end up tripping themselves, and they tripped over themselves on it. 1-0 and a slider there. This will make it 1-1 from Abreu on against Julio. Julio 0 for 3 in this game. Yeah, I think the Astros pen's pretty good based on what I've seen. Julio up here with a 1-1 count. Swing and a miss on another slider there, 1-2. D-Man says, well, at least the tickets for the game will go down in price. Maybe. Maybe so. Maybe so. All right. Julio's going to call time here and see if he can get his timing on this right. If there is a Saturday game, D-Man. Remember, you got Friday still left. You got to get to Saturday. All right, 1-2 pitch here to Julio Rodriguez. Hits this back foul. 1-2. Oh, D-Man said I meant Friday. I guess that's true. Julio put a lot on that swing, but not able to get on top of it. And we'll remain 1-2 here. Top of the 7th inning. Crawford on first. Mariners down 3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Julio goes down. That will be 2 men out. Wu-Tang says the series has shown so far that we have the horses to run with Houston, but not with Service crashing the damn car. Yeah. That's exactly right. And we'll get another pitching change from the Houston Astros here. Bergshow, why does Julio swing at sliders? Well, he's still a young kid. I've seen him hit some home runs off sliders this year, Bergshow. So he's not necessarily been completely bad with swinging at it, but that's something that's going to come with process, maturing in time. Game 3's on Fridays, Bergshow. I thought I saw that it was on. All right, you guys got me a question. I'll go look this up. Nobody know in the chat? I'm hearing I'm seeing different things from everybody on the chat on this one. We don't know when the next game is, it looks like. Okay, I'll go look it up here. Schedule Friday, October 4th. Oh, am I wrong? I guess there is a game on Saturday. Why did I think there was a game? I'm being an idiot. God, I thought I looked this up the other day and it was on. Well, I get to go to the game then on Saturday. Well, that's cool. My bad. Saturday, Sunday, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Well, maybe we can have better luck when we get into Seattle, I guess. Oh, man. D-Man says, guys, ownership will spend money this offseason, and some of our prospects will get better. This is just the beginning. I agree, man. It's just the beginning. I do think you got to be careful about, well, there'll be a next year already, and the urgency is now. You get in the playoffs, urgency is today. It's been 20 years since we've been in the playoffs, and yeah, we have a bright future set for us to potentially get back to the playoffs going forward, maybe. But tomorrow is guaranteed to nobody. And I just wouldn't like to see us go really good and easy into the good night because we thought we got next year. We got the next run, the couple years here. Oh, goodness. Alrighty. Ty France up to plate, the dish here. Jacob Davis, are you going to do a live stream for the Kraken game tonight at 7:30? Nope. I'm going to be over on Brendan Nelson's channel, over on Seahawks, Brendan Nelson. D-Man says, I see all these games as bonuses this year. That's fair enough, man. If I get in, I want to try to win it. Rafael Montero steps up here to the bull on the mound for the Astros, 5-2 with the 2.37 ERA this season. Crawford gets a small little lead there from first. Doesn't look like he's any threat to run here. High, ball one. The Kraken nest. That's right. That's right. Someday. D-man, that's a problem we are too focused on right now. It takes years to assemble a quality major league team, especially with how bad the franchise was. Yeah, but I mean, again, there's no guarantee you're going to get back your D-man just because you got the points and you got the spots set up. So it's more about the urgency of being here now and taking advantage of it. You got an opportunity this year, right now, where we're standing right now to go win a World Series. Not next year, not 2 years from now. Right now. Where we are, where we should be, where we got to get the team to go. You've got the ingredients right now to go win it this year, right now. They could definitely add some more bats. They could add some more help into the offseason. It'll be great if they do that. But I'm not into the offseason yet here, folks. We're still in this season. And I'm not quite in that. This is just bonus time for me. My team gets in the playoffs. I'd like to see them win. I don't come back and go, well, we're lucky to even be in there. We're just lucky to be there. I don't want to think like that. Francis got a 2-1 count here. Mariners do not have anybody in the bullpen working. They're going to go back out with Luis Castillo in the next inning. Which, why not? You're down 3-2. Montero comes set here, 2-1. High, ball 3. Jacob says, hopefully the Mariners can come back and the podcast with Brendan is a happier occasion because of it. I hope so, man. I do hope so. Babe says, Mariners are good enough to beat these Astros. It's just those small mistakes. Yeah, we're good enough. I don't think we need just a year here. I don't think that I think we're ready right now. I don't like silly, stupid mistakes like bringing a starter in out of the bullpen for a key hitter. I don't like pitching to the most dangerous hitter every time when there's runners on and you can give them a base. I don't like seeing stupid, silly things you can control that aren't about just having another team with more talent or better players than you. Oh, my God. Umpire gave him a ball 2-3 inches off the plate for a strike there, 3-2. Umps called a very clean game, but that was not a clean call on that one. Easily 2 inches off the plate. The crack den. There you go. Kronos, take our shot while we were here. Don't plan on the future. Exactly. Last time we were in the playoffs, we got to 116 wins, and that was 21 years ago. Never assume we were getting back again. Agreed. 100%. 3-2 pitch here. Ball's up and away. That will be a walk. France is going to get over onto first. D-man, they don't have all the ingredients for being a World Series contender right now, just being realistic, not trying to be Debbie Downer. I get where you're coming from, D-man, but I disagree. You've got a great starting staff. You've got decent team speed. You field the ball really well. Outside of the bullpen, completely vomiting on itself over the last couple games at times. You theoretically have a very strong bullpen. Those have been 3 of the most key ingredients to going out and winning a World Series, historically speaking, in recent years. So are you a little bit short maybe with the bats? Yeah, but if I got 3 of the 4 items I would need to check those boxes off, I think that is enough. To me, it's been about this team getting hot, but it's also been a little bit in this series about not beating yourself at times. And some of that comes specifically from the manager. Some of the biggest decisions made in this game, or the biggest points in this series so far, have come from off the back of your manager deciding to do one thing or another that's the wrong, poor decision to make. David, I'm not going to cry over a half inch off the plate. No. And he's called a good game. There'll be a bad call here or there over the course of a game. No way not 2 inches, bro. 1-0 pitch here to Suarez. Suarez with a big swing. He's had a couple of pitches in the center of the plate in this game. Has Suarez right down the middle there, right in a place where I've seen him take those pitches and park them into the seat, and he's just been fouling them back. Suarez can't quite get on top of it in this game a little bit. World of Unicycles. What if Gino hits a home run? That would be awesome, World of Unicycles. That would be fantastic to see. 1-1 count. Eugenio. Swing. Hits this ball on a line. Yordan Alvarez tracks it down for out number 3. Berg Show says Scott should have intentionally walked Trout for years. He doesn't like intentional walks. Yeah, well, he's a moron if that's the case. D-Man, we have players in our starting lineup who are barely hitting the Mendoza line. That isn't World Series caliber. Yeah, for the season. I mean, that's the case. Some of those guys have hit better over the back half of the year than what they hit in the first half of the year. So the average isn't exactly, guys like Cal Raleigh and to a degree Frazier have hit better through the back end of the year. And like I said, the lineup is maybe one spot you can get, but I would argue on that D-Man, you're probably any team, even the World Series, is going to have some place that they have a little bit of a weakness in to a degree on. Beeb says, this is stressful. It is stressful. David says, you don't realize Jordan is a good defender and has a rifle. Brandon Schutz, how long has Scott served as a manager for you guys? He's been like 7 years for us or something like that. Sama, he did Alvarez twice today already. Big Country says, service intentionally walks Ohtani often, very inconsistent. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get the let's pitch to Jordan move. That went all the way around. Just doesn't make any sense to me. 7 years, says Michael. Never mind. E-Man says, as long as Dipoto is general manager and they're still rebuilding, service will be here. Yeah, I don't think Scott Service is going anywhere. I don't think he is either. D-Man says, you have to keep in mind that some of our prospects aren't even up yet. They're still rebuilding. Yeah, I mean, David, or D-Man, you swept Toronto. You went out and won that game, 2-0, bam, done. You were up in this series in the first game by some runs, and you went to trust a bullpen, which is one of the best in baseball. I mean, if you're, I think we got enough right now. Or do we have a juggernaut? Are we the front runner on that? No, I think we have enough to go win a World Series right now, though. And not having 100% complete team end to end all the way around through again, I don't know that there's not every team's got a little bit of something they're probably dealing with in this playoffs as far as a little bit of what they got to overcome here or there. But I would, yeah. I'm just not in that lane, D-Man, myself. I'm not in the lane of my team gets in the playoffs and I'm okay if they're not going to do well with it. I got next year. As was said above in the chat, like you can be thinking, D-Man, well, we're in a rebuild. Well, we'll get back here again soon. We'll get back here soon. And then you blink your eyes, 20 years goes by and you're not back in the playoffs. And it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It doesn't change mentality-wise. It ain't going to affect anything on the field that happens. But that's why there's a little more of a sense of urgency for me on this type of thing. Castillo back out there to go against Tucker here. Important at bat in the respective. Want to keep this to 1 run, and Tucker's put a couple of big monster swings on Castillo here in this game, including a home run that led this game off. Sam the Great says, we just got to clone Castillo 4 times. That's all, man. That's all. Brian says, Castillo goes till the arm drops off. Beeps says, why are we so worried about next season prospects? It's not that the Astros are outplaying us. I agree, Beeps. I'm not in that spot. Sama Ben Diesel says, back-to-back 91 seasons is rebuilding. Yeah, I think we're firmly out of the rebuild phase of things as well. We're now we're kind of out of that spot. We've been making go-for moves this year a little bit more. You're now into the spot of, okay, You're in this. You got the playoffs, back-to-back 91 seasons. Let's go. Castillo, fastball, middle of the plate, foul back. 3-2 here to Tucker. D-Man says, I want a full juggernaut, not a half-assed rebuild. Me neither, man. Me too. Or it should say, me too. 3-2 pitch, again fouled off by Tucker. Ron Duffney, how's it going, Ron? Good to see you in the chat. I agree with Beebs. Houston very well may be a better team than us, but I don't know that they've necessarily been outplaying us per se in this series. Strike 3, fastball top of the zone. Out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th. Got him on a high fastball. Demand this franchise will be a playoff caliber team for a decade as long as Kelnick and others start playing like they're capable of and they make smart free agent moves to fill out their holes. Yeah, well, that remains to be seen though, right, D-Man? No guarantee on that. Made Luis work there, says David. Yeah, I'm reckoning to guess this is probably Castillo's last inning of work. If anybody gets on, it's probably going to be his last batter if that does turn out to be the case. Yoli Gurriel up to the plate now. 1-1 count here. Fastball inside at his knees. Brian says need to re-sign Haniger. Kind of depends on the cost for me, Brian. What are we talking? Fouled out, 1-2. Yanks rained out. That'll sometimes happen. I'm just saying that if the World Series is your goal this year, you're setting your... Yeah, we just may disagree on this, D-Man. I don't... My team's in the playoffs. My team played as well as they are. My team showed this year that when they're as hot, they can beat anybody in this league. That's what my team has shown me this year. We can talk about what phase we're in rebuilding or what we need to add on to it, but that for me is kind of the bottom line of this. Ball's hit high up into the air. Julio Rodriguez beneath it for out number 2. I believe you have enough. You have enough. I think if your manager doesn't make stupid decisions here, you're going to go far to helping that team show that off. As Beebs was saying below in the chat on this, I don't think you've just been simply outplayed here. I think you've been outcoached, and that's part of the most of the part that I'm disgruntled here. Is it's not just a matter of getting to see the talent go out and match it up here. You got your coach kind of being a little bit weird here in some of his decision-making process. But, yes, I'm always going to, when my team gets in the playoffs and it comes down to those few teams at that point and just about getting hot at the right time, I'm always going to feel like they got a chance. That's why we watch this game. Is we don't watch it to go, well, we'll get in the playoffs here. We aren't good enough, so I'm just not going to put my heart and hope in that they're going to be good. No. And maybe I'm setting myself for the fall, but that's part of being a fan. Strike 1-1 here to Dimas Diaz. World of unicycles. Do I think the Mariners will advance? Not if they lose this game. I think if you're down 0-2, I think it's going to be hard to come back 3 straight games against this Houston team. Especially knowing one of those games you got Verlander coming back on the hill for Houston. And I don't think he's going to be off like he was in his last start. 1-2 here now. Let's see if Castillo can finish off this inning, finish off a pretty good start here for him today. Get this thing closed down. Dean Man says the goal this year was to make the playoffs. It's weird how expectations change. I guess it depends on who you look at with that D-Man as far as what their expectations are. If I get to the playoffs, I expect my team to be trying to compete to win in the playoffs. I don't expect my team to get in the playoffs and go, okay, well, the work's done. Let's go home now. We're good. We're not good enough this year. So, we got to this spot, so we're good. Let's just kind of just rein it in now. It shouldn't be funny to you that the expectations for people is that my team should go try to win a World. I want them to win a World Series. Getting the playoffs is great. It's awesome to beat that in 20 years, but this is not about getting playoffs. You don't get anything for going to the playoffs. It's trying to win a World Series. Question for you. If you lose this series, was this year a failure then? No. I don't know why it's hard at times. I feel like I get it in debates on the channel at times, and I don't get why. Like, it's okay, D-Man, if we just disagree. I get people like that just cannot stand the fact that I'm in disagreement with them, and so I just, the comment will keep peppering in there. Well, how about now? How about now? How about now? Like, We just disagree, man. I want my team to win a World Series. You're okay with the year that it's been. That doesn't mean that if they don't get to the World Series, it's a complete failure. It just means that that's where my expectation is. We have two different expectations levels. And as I say often, it's okay if we disagree. But you're not gonna bring me to your side of this. You're not gonna tell me that I should be okay with my team getting the playoffs and then they should just go home and wrap it up and call it a day. I'm not in that place, nor will I ever get in that place. That's not the way my mind works with it. I appreciate it if that's where you're at. I'm okay with it. Don't knock you for it. Cool. I'm in my spot on this, though. I think more often than not, people probably going to be in my lane of this, of saying, let's go for the World Series here. It's not just be happy to merely just get to the dance. Let's dance. Brian Myers judged the Angels. Possible. I do think he's going to a big market. California makes a lot of sense. LA makes a lot of sense. He's got a lot of the advertising brand opportunities that he's going to be able to go and get going into LA. And I'm sure the Angels are going to be in a position to maybe, heck, you could put a lineup together of Trout, Shohei Ohtani, and Judge. I mean, that no matter what you got with the rest of the team, that could help you out. Now, they've got a lot more on that team that they need to do to get that team right and back to front. And it's beyond just adding a guy like Judge. I don't know if that would merely be enough for the Angels. It would make them fun, but I don't know if it would be enough for them necessarily. We got a 3-2 count here. Hit on the ground, fair, down the line. This is going to be fair, and at least a double here. With 2 men out, so nice piece of hitting there. Michael, we would have been playing the Yanks if it wasn't for the Rays' incompetence, and we didn't pass them in the wild card. Yeah, it's true there. It's true there. You were going to have to face this. Boy, that ball is really close on the line, down the line there. You're going to have to face this Astro team at some point. You're going to have to slay this beast. Boy, that was very close to being foul. Goodness. Just like a choke job postseason. Choke his whole in a career in the postseason. Jacob says, we made the playoffs, actually won a playoff series. This was an amazing year for the Mariners, regardless of whether or not we get swept in the divisional round. Agreed. Olaf the Mice says, why were you reading the trolls in the comments? I'm going to stop. Folks get on certain things. I try to have back and forth as much as I can, but I just need to come quicker to the spot of we agree, disagree, which I think is where I'm going to be at with this. It's weird how much talk there is from some of the chat in here about looking to next year, talking about next year, like we're in the middle of a playoff right now. All right, David Hensley steps up the plate here. 2 outs. Runners on second, bottom of the 7th inning here. 2 men out. Castillo still going to remain on the mound here for the Mariners. Strike, 97 outside, part of the plate. Ron Duffney says, why Judge can't sign for the Yanks? He could. Yanks are a possibility with this too. I just wonder if once he gets to free agency, if that's going to be like, well, you guys didn't want to give me my money with that. Outside, ball 1-1-1 here to Hensley, who's going to be pinch hitting on this at bat. 1-1. Strike. Nice pitch there. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. 1-2. Come on, Luis. Get yourself out of trouble. Let's give our bats another chance here. Very, very good pitch. Foul back. 1-2. Staying alive. Jacob says, is it more a pro or con that we don't have Winker this series? He made some defensive screw-ups and wasn't consistent at bat, but he certainly had his solid moments. He's pretty bad this year, Jacob. I mean, Winker was pretty bad all the way through, and he kept getting worse as the year went along. And I mean, the defensive screw-ups aren't really his defensive screw-ups. He's just he's a bad, one of the worst left fielders probably in baseball from a defensive standpoint of things. 1-2 here. Runner on second. Astros up 3-2. Bottom of the 7th inning, 2 outs. Hit hard down the foul line there. Hensley doing a good job here, staying alive in this at bat. D-Man, I'm trying to... I think just, D-Man, you're just hammering the point home. We get where you're coming from. We get what your perspective is. Let's let it go now. Let's move on with... We're in the middle of a game right now. We have the whole offseason to talk about potential moves and where we're going to go and how we're going to get it done. So we're in the playoffs right now. We're in the middle of a playoff game. Let's keep our eye on the ball here. 1-2 pitch here from Castillo. 2-2. Misses high and outside. Yeah, Jacob, you were looking for signs of life from him this year, Jacob, with Winker. You weren't, at least with Kelnick, you had the same kind of situation happen where you were looking for him to kind of bubble a little bit somewhere, and Winker started to kind of do it in September just to a degree, and so that gave you a little bit of more of a feel for him on it. Plus, he's got better as a defensive field. He's a better defensive fielder by far. And this ball is going to be hit on the ground to Crawford. He's up with it. Easy play back over to first to France. That will be out number 3, and good job there by Castillo. Nicely done, man. Overall, a solid game for him today. That will be probably the last of his work here as he gets through. Astros will remain up 3-2, but he does get himself out of trouble, which is good to see. Let's go, Castillo. Nicely done. Nicely done. Luis with 7 innings of work here today, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 7 strikeouts, no walks. The 2 home runs do loom large on his day-to-day, but he's done pretty well for you, I think, overall. James says, you can tell Imps fans are used to losing. The second some adversity hits, some people just give up. Brian, how is service more? Jacob, I was just really hoping to make it back to ALCS so that there could be a 2022 added to the banner at T-Mobile Park. That's understandable. I don't know though. I've never been a big guy banners on like division titles or just getting to like a conference championship. I always felt like those were kind of, we got close this year. I don't know. I know you want to celebrate those teams to a degree, but yeah. Have a good one, Ron. Solid start. He did enough for us to win, says James. In regards to Castillo, he did indeed. He did indeed. I felt good about his game here today, and I think if he pitches around Jordan, I think this is maybe a bit of a different game we're looking at here in that situation there. Bergshaw says, why wouldn't Judge stay in New York? They haven't won anything in a long time. He'll go to St. Louis. Yeah, I'm not sure on that. I think Judge has got a lot of different places he can go to. I'm playing a little bit to historically how it goes, where if a player's balling out of control and he's wanted a contract from the team that he's with, and the team that he's with is not giving him that contract and what he wants to be paid at, and even if they then get to the offseason where then that said team then comes to the player and says, okay, well, now we'll meet your asking price. Now we will pay you what you're wanting. So usually by that point, it's reached a little bit of a bitterment stage for the player where he's like, I'm going to go somewhere else. You guys had your chance. Maybe that won't be the case in New York, and New York's a big market. He may very well just remain there. That's for sure. But, my feeling on it is it just seems like if New York wasn't going to get this deal done before that period, it just probably wasn't going to happen. Cool Breeze says Castillo did great. The home runs are not awesome, but overall, great outing. Well said. Duck Green says, come on, get the sticks going. Let's go. Jacob says, Mariners are such a poverty franchise that the best we can celebrate are mere appearances in the second to last round of the playoffs and a few division wins. Well said. David, if Mancini is so good, their best trade, how come he didn't bat for Hensley? I don't think Mancini's been hitting as well for them since they brought him over in the trade. Berkshaw, Hensley got out a minute ago. Your feed is way behind. Can't do anything about that, can I, Berkshaw? All I can do is stream it and have it being playing live. And I got it up to date on the stream. 0-1 pitch from Mitch here. Hits the ball on the ground. Easy play here for the third baseman. Comes up throwing. Gets Mitch Haniger out number 1. Fast out by Mitch. One man out. Top of the 8th inning. Astros up 3-2. Mariners a hard day today at the dish. Only a mere 4 base hits today they've been able to crack out. Carlos Santana steps up the plate. 1 for 3 with a double in this game. Back over to the left-hand side of the plate. First pitch outside, ball 1. Fastball. Mauricio Dubon taking over in center field. Low. Gives him the call. Looked like it was about an inch or 2 below the zone there, but he does call it a strike, 1-1. Low, ball 2. Good eye there by Santana. Two and 1. Swing and a miss. Just giving him some praise for his eye, and he swung at that one outside and low away. 2 and 2. Batted foul. Good pitch. Stayed alive on that one, did Santana. It was right at the bottom of the zone. That will remain 2 and 2 here. Low. Ball 3. Santana can maybe generate a walk here. See if he can force his way on here. Just make sure it's in your zone. He's got worked with a fastball, and it's been nothing but changeup since the initial fastball in this pitch sequence to Carlos Santana. Low. Good job by Carlos. Draws the walk. He will get on first here. 1 man out in the top of the 8th inning here now. Good stuff. Good stuff. Make him throw you a strike, Carlos. Make him throw you a strike. All right. So we got Taylor Trammell is going to go ahead and pinch run here for Carlos Santana. What the Astros choose to do. They do have their guy ready to go in the bullpen, it looks like. And this will bring up Jared Kelenic, who's going to pinch hit here in this situation. So like having him coming off the bench here. You're pinch hitting him for Dylan Moore. Getting, of course, more of your lefty-righty matchup here that you like for the hitter, theoretically speaking. I think he had a couple hits, I think, yesterday, didn't he, Kelenic? Yeah, I like the Kelenic move here by Service. I'll give him some. I'm gonna tear him down a little bit. I'll give him some props here on the other side of it. especially having a runner on first because you got the runner holding on first to the lefty at bat. Kelenic can just drag this around the infield here. You got a little bit of a natural hold there when you got the runner being held on on first with a left-handed hitter who's going to have a natural ability to kind of pull that over there. Montero comes set now. Low. Ball. Berg show, I think it was time for Seager to retire. You know, he hit like 230 his final year, did have 30 home runs, but, you know, he was probably at that point in time in his career where it was, you know, maybe he could have gotten a couple of those back end years, those that veterans do out of his play, but he was probably just about fork phase. Stick that fork in him. 1-0 here with Montero and Kelenic. Outside, ball, good eye there by Kelenic. Great eye by Jared. He has in the past time swung at that pitch, but able to just kind of hang in there. And Dusty gets up off of Nealon there, getting a little bit worried. 2-0. Pitch. Swung, hit hard, deep. Oh, right at the wall. Oh, brutal. Kelenic gave it a ride. He gave it a ride. Just not quite enough lift to it. Put a good swing on that thing, probably about 2-3 feet away there from the wall. Oh, brutal, Tony. Brutal is right. The announcer just said Winker won't return the Mariners. Seager probably didn't get good enough offer to want to continue to play. Winker retired? I see Winker retired? I didn't see that. All right, Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, steps up to the plate. Cal had a really tough at-bat his last time up where he was just had some runners on. I think he felt the pressure there to kind of drive him in and start swinging at some pitches outside of the zone. Good to see him on the first pitch here take a ball. It is rally time. That is for sure. Get those caps turned inside out, folks. Runner on first, 2 men out, 1-0. Strike, 97-mile-an-hour fastball, low, a little bit inside. 1-1. Beeb says that's down the middle. Wouldn't be surprised if Cal maybe thought after that last at bat, I got to take a strike here. I'm getting a little bit too jumpy on swinging at pitches. I got to make sure this is in here. 1-1. Low. Ball 2. 2-1. Good eye there, guy Cal. And Cal, we do trust, Jacob. Well said. Batted foul. 2-2 now. Nice pitch by Montero. Got Cal a little bit out in front on that one. Two pitch here. Cal ready to roll. Low. Oh, he's going to call it a strike 3 on a pitch, easily 3 inches below the zone on that one. Wow. What a horrible time to have a bad call by the umpire. Just bails the pitcher out on that one. It's a good pitch, but that was well off the plate according to the pitch tracer on that one. So Mariners are going to be down to one more chance here, but you got to still go through 2 more innings of the Astros to get there, theoretically, or at least another inning here. Tough. All right, I'll be back. Alrighty. Too close to take a swing that damn bat and foul it off. I mean, it was just a bad pitch, but Wu-Tang, Kelenic has significantly improved. I'm liking him in the mix this next year. I'm not looking to offload him this offseason. I don't know if you can necessarily just put him out into right field or left field and say, okay, well, we're just going to count on him finally being ready to roll next year. I think he's just about ready to be there and get there as far as starting to realize he may not get to the potential we once saw in him, but I think he'll eventually at least settle into a fairly solid hitter when it's all said and done. And I hope it's here. I like the kid. Ryan says, now we need the relievers to step up. Definitely need Munoz to hold this down this inning. Catcher showing a bunt there. First pitch. Interesting. D-Man, I was thinking that the game on Tuesday couldn't have been scripted better. The game on Tuesday couldn't have been scripted better. Ryan, I figured out why Service pitched to Alvarez. The only explanation is the game is scripted. Just kidding. That makes perfect sense. Oh, potentially. That would make perfect sense. That would make perfect sense. And yeah, Michael, that was hella low. Hella low. I think David Baker's trusting his bullpen here by leaving that catcher in here and not bringing in a Christian guy. 0-2 pitch here. It up into the air. High and deep. Julio's underneath it right at the warning track. And Munoz getting a little bit nervous there. Shaking his head. Beebs, yeah, you can tell Munoz thought he gave one up after his reaction there. He's like, oh my God. I just let the catcher, the 180 catcher, put it out in the seats. David says, how long they have before the game's over? We got one more inning here, man. Jacob says, and here I was thinking that Brantley being out for the Astros would be a massive boost to the Mariners this series. Hasn't set him back so far, has it? Jose Altuve up to the plate now as the Astros lineup will turn over here. Batted first pitch swinging here by Altuve. France will come up with it. Munoz will cover first, and that will be out number 2. Nice job by Munoz here out the gate. David says Altuve is 0 for 8, and we can't win one of these. Brian says, got to get Pena out. Yeah, let's not put Jordan back on base again with another hitter here, huh? Let's let him start out the bottom of the 9th after we score a couple runs. How's that sound? Get him out. All right, Jeremy Pena steps up. 2 for 3 with a double, a single, and a run in this game. He's been the stage setter here for Jordan. Ball on a slider there, low and outside. Munoz with the wind, delivery, low, ball 2. Being very careful here with Pena. Wu-Tang says, please, Munoz, please strike this guy out. Do not walk this guy. 2-0 pitch. Munoz, the delivery. Inside, fouled off there by Pena, 2-1. Two-one pitch here to Pena. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th inning. Ooh, inside, almost hit him there. 3-1. Berg Show, Mariners in 5 is right, man. Refuse to lose. Swing and a miss there on the slider. Surprised to see Pena so hot to trot to swing there with what Jordan's done behind him. Just get on base, let my guy Jordan do the damage. That's right, Berg Show. Mariners in 5. It's refuse to lose, not look forward to next year. It's refuse to lose. 3-2. You come back with a slider here. Comes back fastball there. And Pena's able to foul that off again. Astros hitters have done a good job at times in this game, especially of really fouling off some tough pitches. Pitch sequence here has been slider, fastball, 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 slider, fastball. So he has mixed it up a bit here to Pena, though he did look on that fastball pretty good on that last pitch, so probably coming back slider here. Fastball back up and inside. Munoz just can't hit the spot. That will be a walk. It's like a nightmare every time you go to bed, and the same nightmare keeps happening. You can't get away from the nightmare no matter what you do. Like there are 8 other hitters in this Astro lineup, but it just seems like when it's all said and done, here comes Jordan with somebody on. The Mariners walk him here. Yes. This would be what I would choose to do. And David, yeah, I don't like going to Bregman with runners on either, but you have 2 outs. The guy has mutilated you so far in this series. He's calf mutilated you. Let's maybe just okay, good. They're gonna walk him. So let's see if I'm a complete moron here, or if this is actually maybe a smart approach. They finally walk Jordan Alvarez here. Let's see if this makes sense, huh? Michael, yep, we should have done that last game. I'm trying to not lose my stuff over this live stream and the last live stream about it as you're watching it going, look, this is not really a hard baseball decision to make. There are not many hitters as lined out like Jordan is. And his Astro lineup is awesome regardless of Jordan, but he is their crown jewel. 2 men out. Runners on first and second. Munoz has got his sign. Batted down the line here. Haniger up with it. He's going to make a throw down to home plate. Runner will get in. Mitch took a little bit of extra time to get that ball out of his mitt. The runner will score. Astros are going to go up 4-2, playing a little bit of tack on. So I guess I look like a moron there. Boy, Mitch had a hard time getting that up out of his glove. It looked like that thing got just kind of stuck into the hands of his glove there a little bit, and it took him about a beat extra longer to get the ball out, and then it didn't seem like he was able to get as crispy a throw from right field into the catcher at that point. James says, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah. Yeah. And D-Man, again, I don't know who you're hoping you're making feel better by, like, guys, we should just expected to lose this thing. Who's feeling better on that? That's not going to make anybody happier hearing that. All right, first and third, 2 outs. Bounces a slider in the dirt. Munoz continues to struggle here in this postseason bit. If you can't rely on the bullpen, man, if you can't help that the bullpen can hold it up here, I mean, you already know you don't have enough hot bats to get it done. That part of it can't fail you too as well. David, I told you Bergman's just as good. David, come on now. Bergman with the stick is not just as good as Jordan Alvarez. He's a good hitter. I like him a lot. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking trash about Bregman, but Jordan is on a different level right now, especially against my Mariners team, especially the way he's hit this Mariner team. You know, he's crushed us. And I've watched the same thing with a guy like Mike Trout over the years. So it's like, if I got a hitter in a lineup just killing my team, I don't care the reasons or what it is, just don't let him be the guy to kill me. If Bregman beats me at that point, great. At least somebody new. Swing and a miss there for Tucker. 2-1 now. Michael says, see what happens when they throw a slider? Nitro Hawk, it is very difficult seeing us win 3 straight. That is to be true. That is to be certain. You got an uphill climb to get there if we're going to do this. Brian says 8-9-1 for the M's in the 9th. So we don't have our big bats necessarily coming up either, do we? 2-1 pitch, fouled back, 2-2. Brandon Schutz, you guys are down again. You guys are down again 4-2. Jason Iverson, it'd be great to do to them what they did to us last game. Not over until it's over. Jason, it's not over till it's over. I like that spirit. Let's get the rally shoes going. Come on. All right, I'll do it. I'll do a rally shoe next inning. Difficult times call for difficult measures. Desperate times call for desperate measures. That's how it goes. 2-2. Strike 3. Munoz finishes him off. But the damage is done. Hard enough for the Mariners to get to that 1 lead, much less get to the 2. So we got 8-9-1 coming up this next inning. Nitro Hawk. So that is going to be Frazier, Crawford, and then Julio Rodriguez. So let's just get one of the guys on. Then let's have Julio hit a home run. And then we'll win this in extra innings. Okay? Hold on here. All right. I got the shoe ready. It's going to be rally shoe time here. It's worked once before, damn it. It's worked once before. And I've got no idea why we haven't seen Swanson yet. I don't know I'm guessing we're going to hear about maybe injury that jumped up. Straight laces, we're going to wear Munoz out. Service is relying on him too much. We do have others in the bullpen for a reason. Definitely have used him quite a bit, that's for true. Brandon Schutz, guess who's closing out and finishes innings? Prizers. He's going to cause this game. Brandon, you gotta work on the sentences there, my guy. It's hard enough for me to read. If you start putting words in different places that don't make sense, I don't know what you're trying to say. Jacob, I've got no faith in Frazier, a little hope for Crawford, and I'm currently pinning all of my hopes and dreams for this season on J-Rod. Me too, man. Me too. Me as well. All right, last inning. Here we go. Here we go. Get those rally caps turned inside out. I'm going to put my shoe on my head in a second here. Come on. Whatever it takes. David says I would even walk Bregman and face Tucker. I don't know if I'd go to that stage of it at that point. Jordan's the guy that I was really more freaked than anything about. You gotta pitch to somebody at that point in line up to a degree, but Berkshow, do you think we could take on Trout's contract? No, I don't think we would, Berkshow. I don't. I think you'd have just too many reservations about those back injuries. Just they tend to stick around, right? They just don't. They'll be good for a while and then they go away. And the more he plays, and if he plays too many games, it could come bouncing back up again. Okay. All right. Rally shoe time. Here we go. Frazier up to the plate. 1-0 pitch. Mariners down 4-2. Come on, Frazier. Redemptive time. It's Bob Marley time. Redemption song. 2-0. There we go. Make him throw you a strike. Make Presley throw you a strike. David says Presley's been struggling lately. David, you trying to give us Mariner fans hope? Trying to give us Mariner fans hope? 2-0 pitch. High. Frazier didn't swing. Good job, Frazier. He wanted to. His body wanted it to, but he said, no, I will not. I shan't. I shan't swing this stick. My team needs me. Dusty chewing on that toothpick. Looks like he got it stuck in his mouth there before they cut away from him. 3-0. High. Ball 4 pitch. Walk. Let's go. Let's go. I will take it. I will take it. Astro fans getting a little nervous out there. Presley looking a little nervous out there. JP coming up to the dish. Crawford with a big home run yesterday and double today, showing off a little bit of power. A little bit of power in this series. Come on, JP. Come on, JP. Here's the pitch. Low, inside on a breaking ball. Ball 1-0. And I do agree. Presley looks a little uncomfortable out there right now. These Astro relievers have been locked in today. No doubt about it. Biebs, we do need to be patient here. Make him find that zone. Especially when you got guys like Frazier and Crawford leading this inning off as kind of table setters here a little bit. Get the napkins laid. Get the fork and the spoons in the right spot, on the right sides of the plate. One and 0. Frazier, a little bit of a lead from first, but I don't think he's a threat to run here. Strike, top of the zone there for Presley. And I do think Wu-Tang Financial, Ohtani just signed a 1-year, $30 million deal. So you'd have to trade the Angels and find a way to get him to I don't think they want to give him up necessarily. 1-1 pitch. Presley set. Swing and a miss. Crawford left the zone for that one. Big swing. Almost out of his shoes. His helmet went flying off his head just on that swing alone there. Breaking ball got him to go after it. Quick away team walk-off, says Pitt. Or remember, Houston gets the bat in the bottom of the inning. So even if you... Outside, ball 2. Nice job by JP. Got this count back to 2-2. Can't really do a walk-off if the other team still gets to at bat in the bottom of the inning. I love it. Got a little refuse to lose sign from Mariner fans there in the stadium. They're still believing. They still got the faith. You're not shaking them. Mariners down 4-2. Top of the 9th inning. Nobody out. Frazier on first. 2-2 count here on Crawford. Crawford. Boy, when it rains, it pours. Hits a BB right at the first baseman. Frazier's already got a natural lead there. Cannot get back to the bag. First baseman catches the ball. Steps 1 foot to his left. Steps on the bag. 2 runners out. Mariners bats today just can't quite get it going, and sometimes it's just hard luck too. Crawford put a good swing on it right there at the first baseman. Two outs. Top of the 9th. Mariners down to their last out of the game. Julio Rodriguez up to the plate. Ball. Swing and a miss. Julio was looking to tie it up on that swing. And yeah, Bergshire, you're right. You can't hope to beat Houston if you only generate 2 runs for a whole entire game. You know, that's not going to get it done against a Houston Astro lineup, which is just going to be too good. You know, even against a pitcher like Luis Castillo. 1-1 count here. Julio dug in. Julio smashes this ball into the gap. That's going to get down for extra bases. Julio hurrying it his way into second as his helmet falls off. Let's go, he says. It's time. Well, Julio didn't get the memo. The game's over. Somebody didn't let him know what time it was. Nice job there by Julio. Tying runner will come up to the plate here now. And boy, this kid's going to be fun to watch for years to come with that beautiful swing. That wonderful, wonderful swing. Julio says, it's time. Let's go. He signals to the dugout. Let's go. Ty France is going to step up to the plate. One big, mighty swing could tie this game back up. Ty ready to roll. Swing and a miss through a slider there. 0-1. Swung it right across the middle of the plate. Ty went right through it. Ty today 0 for 3. He does have a walk. Oh and 1 here to Presley. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. 0-2 here for Ty. Mariners down to the last strike. No more wiggle room. Nowhere left to run. No more innings to hold out hope for. It comes down to now. Do they go 0-2 in this series? Presley is set. 0-2. Low, ball 1. Come on, Ty's right. One-two count. Julio Rodriguez at second base. Mariners down 4-2. Presley shaking off a couple of the first signs here. He's got his call. 1-2. Low. Ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Come on, Ty. France swings at a ball in the dirt. That will be the third out of the inning, and that will finish this game off. So, your Seattle Mariners, tough game here. Do not come out with the win on this one. ALDS, Houston's going to lead this now 2-0, and just makes it all that much tougher as that losing that game yesterday where you could have gotten that first opening win would have given you a little more wiggle room on this one. Now you're going to have to go 3 straight to come back in this series. You do get to come back home. You know those home fans. I'm going to be one of those home fans in the stadium on Saturday, helping this team on. You can bet that I ain't going to walk in that stadium thinking about next year. I'm going to walk in that stadium thinking about right now. It ain't over. We're right here, right now, still with a chance. It's a long shot. This is a good Houston team. And you've got things that are holding you back, like bats not helping you down in this game. You got Scott Service as a manager making decisions at times that are really hurting you, as opposed to him helping you as a manager in this series at points. He's been very odd, kind of across the barrel on things a little bit, and how he's gone about his business with it. But tough loss today. Luis Castillo, I thought, pitched a really good game. For me, the big moment in this game, among any on this, of course, comes to that Yordan at bat. And it's really, to me, the story of this series so far. You have had Yordan coming up to the plate with a place to put him. You could put him onto a free bag. And yeah, we saw at the end there that this didn't work out good, where you tried this very strategy and Bregman got a base hit and put in a run. But I'll take a base hit from Bregman rather than a bomb from Yordan Alvarez, because that's just what he's done in those 2 of those at-bats with runners on in this series, is hit a bomb. He's locked in right now. He's loaded. He is a guy I want no part of at the plate. As we go through the rest of this series, if we have an opportunity to put him on base at this point and no one is and somebody's on base, not if no one's on base, I'll pitch to him with no one on base. But if someone's on base and I can put him on base and just say, let's try ourselves out with the rest of this lineup, I'm completely fine doing so. Service, again, does remain a little bit odd in some of the decision-making in the series, though, kind of on the back of a move like that where you had already been hit by Yordan a considerable amount. 13 runners left on base today, 9 strikeouts, 2 common elements of this lineup throughout the course of this season. And it's a place that the Mariners are going to need to look into this offseason about how they want to address this going forward. They've done a better job this year of not just being a strikeout home run team. It's been strikeout walk home run team, right? You drew 7 walks today. So that's been the part of the element that they've been able to bring to bear this season within their reliance on the home run ball. But timely hitting just hasn't been there. You got to give the Astros team props. They went to their bullpen. They asked their bullpen to go through there and clear this out. The bullpen did so. Nery's went 1/3 of the inning. Abreu went 2/3 of an inning. Montero 1 1/3, and Presley to finish it out for 1 inning. No runs given up through that time period by those guys. Not even a base hit. Not even a base hit given up by those Astro relievers. So you do have to give the Astros props. It's not that they haven't done their part a little bit here and to win not a little bit, a lot to win this series. And it's not that the Mariners have just completely shot themselves in the foot. Definitely the Astros have taken this here, but there's been some moments too where the Mariners haven't exactly helped themselves, as evidenced by, for instance, that last at bat with France, where he's swinging at a ball in the dirt. We get a lot of those kind of swings. He had some moments today I thought were Framber Valdez, though he pitched overall a very good game. I did feel like he was struggling at times to find his control. 3 walks in this game. And there were times where he grooved it, where he put it right down the middle of the plate for some of your big power hitters, be it a Santana or a Eugenio Suarez, and those guys just fouled it back. They weren't able to really do much with it at that point. So disappointing game, disappointing loss, disappointing way to open up this series. We'll see if our Mariners can get this back kind of turned around on Saturday coming back home. Hopefully we can. Look, they've been a magical team this year. Maybe they can find one last little bit of pixie dust in the depths of that little pouch and get us back through here. Beeb says, all we can hope for is going back to Seattle gives me the M's some type of energy. Well, I'll be in that stadium trying to provide that energy, Beebs. So I'll be there with it. I know the rest of my Seattle faithful will be in there doing all we can. Brandon Schutz, guess what you guys Ross that was not good as Scott's service. Brandon, I don't know what you're typing sometimes with stuff, buddy. You gotta make sure you just do me a favor before you hit the post mark on that. Just give me a quick spell. Give yourself a quick check on what you're writing, so that is the host gonna have to look at this like hieroglyphics and try to figure out through it, or am I writing something clear? Guess what you guys Ross that not good at Scott service. I don't know what you're saying. D-Man says, again, this team isn't ready for the playoffs next year. We should have higher expectations. So, D-Man, I'm okay with you taking this stance. I get where you're coming from on this. I think your timing is just a bit off on this. I don't think that you're making anyone feel warm and fuzzy by telling them, just be fine with the fact we're not going to do good this year. That's not going to put anybody a smile on anybody's face. That's not going to set up anybody for not feeling disappointed about being bounced out of the playoffs by the Astros, as we potentially will. I think that's what you said was what you were trying to do, and bringing this thought process to bear. I don't think it's accomplishing that. I don't think people want to hear that right now when you're in the middle of the playoffs. When we get into, November, December, and we're talking about the Mariner offseason moves, then that's the perfectly fine time to start bringing that type of thing up. When you're in the middle of a playoff series, though, bro, I think it's you're a little out of pocket trying to bring it up, even if you're trying to operate from a real kind area on this to your fellow Mariner fans. It's just not going to be received in that same way. That's why I was bristling at a bit. We're in the middle of the game, in the middle of a playoff series, and you're talking about being okay with losing. I don't want to do that. That's not where my mindset is, and I don't think that's where a lot of Mariner fans' mindset is going to be at. James Black, time to go on a run. Let's get some home field momentum. Well, that's more my speed, James. I like it. Comeback Sports, who's winning? Comeback Sports, we just lost. Mariners just lost. Houston Astros won. Brian, they walked 8 M's and only 1 scored. Runners left on base. It's been a problem all year, hasn't it? Go look at the Astros on the other side of this. They managed 6 hits. They came away with 4 runs. How many runners did they have left on base? 6. How many runners did you have left on base? 13. Double the amount of runners the Astros had on base. You just have guys time and again in this lineup. It's been a 2-year problem here now where you can get the guys on base. You just can't bring them home. You can get them on the base, just can't bring them home. And I don't know if guys are pressing, stepping outside of themselves, but some real tough days at the plate here today. Ty France, 2 strikeouts, 0 for 4. Eugenio Suarez got a walk, but was also 0 for 3 with a strikeout. I mean, middle of your order basically got you 2 hits in this game. It's not going to get it done. Not going to get it done. You were definitely missing a little bit of the Haggerty today, too. I think that affected the way you had to construct this lineup a bit, too. Cool Breeze says, Zon Kirby, the young arm, man. The young arm. Wu-Tang says, I'm going to be screaming my brains out Saturday. Me too, White Wu-Tang. Me too. I got back-to-back. I got Mariner Seahawks back-to-back. I will have no voice. David says, sorry, guys. Have a good night. I'd say best of luck to you, man. We're going to try to come back in this one. Daniel Holmes, 2 winnable games lost. Well said. Yu Quan, baseball god, just never let the Mariners beat the Astros. No, he doesn't. Jason, man, I need to see a therapist. I got a lot of sports hate for the Astros. Yeah, me as well. We've been getting beat by them for quite a bit of time now. It'd be cool to see them start to turn this around with them. Big Country says, we struggle against lefties. Boy, do we ever. Beebs, hopefully the Seattle crowd can get this team fired up. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Berg Show, you're driving all the way from Spokane to go to the game. Wow. I heard you say you're in Spokane a while back. Yes. I'm going for 2 games, Berg Show. So I'm flying out actually. So I'm going to fly into Seattle, a little 45-minute puddle jumper. But I'm going to the Mariners game on Saturday and I'm going to the Seahawks game on Sunday. So it's a bit of a back-to-back thing for me. Jacob says those home fans are going to give it their all. 12s just aren't a Seahawks thing. Oh, we are. We are, Jacob. Wu-Tang says, yeah, this is a bummer. Astros are a damn good team, but I hate some of the stuff we did. It's well said, Wu-Tang. I wouldn't say this is a game where we necessarily just gave it away to the Astros. They did their part to take it. No doubt about that. They played a clean game, and again, outside their pitcher with that error, they played a clean fielded game through the first couple of games and made some pretty good plays. But there is a part of that, though, that you kick yourself in going, you don't want to beat yourself in any way when you go up against a team like an Astros who can just beat you straight up with just out-talent you, basically, out-produce you. But you don't want to also then shoot yourself in the foot before you go into the battle a little bit, which just to a tiny degree was a little bit of what was happening. Larry Bird says, Dusty Baker looking like a barbecue pit master. Yes. Oh, those gloves are hilarious. Mikio 1920. The M's are lucky to even be in the playoffs. They can't hold our job. Yeah. Berg Show, we need to play more small ball. We can't live and die with a home run. Agreed, Berg Show. Agreed. I think that's part of what you got to do and who you target this offseason. It's got to be a little bit, the ideal for me would be able to add a left fielder who could play some really sterling defense out there, hit for a good average, gets on base, has some speed. I think that's kind of an archetype I'd like to look at. Brian Myers, Brandon, will you be on after the Hawks? Hard to say on that, Brian, because of course getting out of there on Sunday could potentially be quite a difficulty. But probably once I get home on Sunday night, I'll get on and probably live stream at that point, most likely. Plasma Warrior, Astro fans here. I'm not one of those wanting to beat you guys when you're down, but Jordan is literally in another galaxy right now. It's Plasma. It's a bit of our frustration here is our manager wanting to pitch to a guy who obviously right now literally has flames coming off of his jersey. He's so hot. Perhaps maybe you try to put that guy on base a little more often. Perhaps you don't try to let the best hitter in the Astro lineup beat you every single game. I don't know. I'm a layman on these things, but that's definitely where I might come from it. Tony says, Seattle needs your energy, man. I'm bringing it, Tony. I'll be in that stadium. I'll make sure everyone around me is up on their feet. We're going to be loud. We're going to egg this team forward. We're going to try to give them that juice. They need that juice. Truffles, I went to the second Braves game and Seahawks versus Broncos game a couple weeks back. I hope you have fun. Me too, man. I'm really looking forward to it. It's been the first time in a while I've been able to see a game in either of those two stadiums. So I'm just going to be breathing it in, taking it in, and hopefully my Mariners can do something. That'd be great. Brian, you must have heard about the change in Hawks kickoff time if the M's play Sunday, right? I did, 2:30, which is nice because I wanted to on Sunday especially get down into Seattle early and be able to just kind of breathe the city in a little bit and get down there and just kind of, it's been a while since I've been in downtown, and just kind of bop around maybe a couple shops, go into a couple bars, get a few beers, just kind of take it nice and free and easy. So I like the fact that they pushed the time back a little bit. William Hans, hi, I'm from North Korea. Well, welcome from North Korea, William Hans. I hope you're doing well out there. I hope. Plasma Warrior, to be fair, you tried to put Jordan on, and then Bregman got another hit. Kind of hard to say. Yeah, I mean, it comes down, that's where my logic goes on to a Plasma. It's one of those situations where there's not necessarily a straightforward win that you're going to always get in that situation where it's just by walking Jordan. That means that now you're suddenly going to have a turnaround there. But it was a base hit by Bregman. It wasn't a bomb. And that's what Jordan's been doing against us lately is hitting bombs. You had the double, last game you had the double, right? Which drove in a couple runs. Then you had the home run later in that game. Then he steps up to this plate. So, well, yeah, Bregman's a dangerous hitter, and there's not any easy way through this Astro lineup necessarily. I'm not going to let one of the top 3 most dangerous hitters in baseball right now beat me. That's just, I think, a pretty straightforward managerial approach that you could apply at this point. And I bring it up as much as I do bring it up with this Plasma. It's harder to bring it up because now we're still in the range of where he can control this. And again, that doesn't mean it's an end all that you do that and walking him. But I'm going to make somebody else in this lineup beat me other than Jordan because I can't get him out. Jacob, where are you sitting for Saturday's game? I don't know. My buddy got some tickets. So I'm not sure where we'll be sitting, but no matter where we'll be sitting, you better believe I'll be rooting them on. Berg Joe, I'm not sure this one is all on Scott. We only scored 2 runs. Game 1 was definitely on Scott. Yeah, saying all on Scott, that's for sure. I'm not going to throw him under the bus completely with it, but I would like him to not be making any missteps at this point in time. Man, as I was saying earlier with this Berg Show, manager only has so many ways you can have an effect on the game or not have an effect on the game. And you would like over the course of playoffs when he is coming in to have that effect that it's more for the benefit than it is for the detriment. But this is as much about on the offense not putting up the points. It's well said. It's about not getting guys in when they're in scoring position. And when you have an opportunity to get after this Houston team not doing so in this game a little bit, bats just going way too quiet. Big Country Game 1 was also on Seawald. Yep. True. Plasma says, no matter what happens, enjoy Saturday. You guys earned it. Thank you. Will do. I will for sure. Dewey Lai. Hope Service will learn this year's playoffs and apply it next year. Me too, Dewey. Me too. I hope as well. Louis says Ray is as well. He's $100 million and he's been bad. He's been bad recently. I think overall throughout the course of the season, he was fairly solid for you. Is he worth $100 million? I don't know. That's a debate for another time, I guess. But I do think he'll be a solid member in this rotation going forward. Just can't bring him out of the bullpen. Dewey says also, hope M's win one game, and even if they lose two, fans will cheer on and let them know we appreciate them. Well said, Dewey. You know we will. Larry, I feel encouraged we've gone toe-to-toe with a heavyweight, but a couple of breaks and we're up 2-0 shows the thin line between winning and losing. Well said, Barry. Larry, very well said, Larry. Very well said. Burke Show, as Scott always says, you can't win if you don't hit on the road. It's true. Astro team's a good team. They got a good staff. They got a great bullpen. They are not going to give you a lot of opportunities to draw blood. And if you get that opportunity and you keep passing over in a game a couple times over, you're going to lose that game. And Louis, I just don't think Aaron Judge is in play for us. I think the big factor with Aaron Judge beyond the money you're going to give him, and I wouldn't want to give him $600 million. But the big thing with this, with Aaron Judge coming over, is number one, is he going to want to come to a pitcher's park first and foremost? No. Is he going to want to come to a small market team where he can't take advantage of maybe the rising star that he's starting to really experience here, where he's starting to really get his just desserts here in Major League Baseball? No, he won't. And I think that's going to be a bit of a big impediment to bringing him here. I think it's either, I think LA's market makes sense. Somebody said St. Louis makes sense. New York may be a place that he goes back to as well. But I think we're pretty far on that list as far as potential, even if we were willing to match the money. How come Minute Maid Park has been such a house of horrors for us? We're only 7-33 there since 2019. I don't know, Burke Show. I think it's probably, the reason now is probably different than the reason it was when it was an issue in 2019. I'm sure in 19 it's as much as you just have a good enough team. I think right now it comes back to more of, you've got too many times where this lineup has these games we've seen over the course of the season where if they're not getting the home run ball, they're just not able to generate any kind of runs. They're not going to get consistent hitting. They're not going to get small ball. They're not able to play that kind of game. And it's definitely a place of improvement into this offseason for our Mariners. They've got to learn how to do it better, in my opinion, especially playing in the big ballpark that we play in. But that's a big part of this. When you have guys that are all or nothing kind of with their swings at times, you get less hits in the lineup. And then even when you get guys on, even when they're walked on base, you're not able to drive them in. We got to get guys out of this lineup that aren't hitting 200 next year. We got to get multiple guys. We got to stop having multiple guys in the lineup that we're trotting out that are hitting 235 and under. That's the place where they really have got to address here in this offseason one way or another. Wu-Tang Financial, hopefully we can get some more athletic bats in next year. I think Kirby and Logan will be pitching better, and then we'll get a full season of Castillo on the bump. We will. Castillo's definitely a Cy Young Award candidate going in next year, I think, having a full season to pitch in that same stadium I just talked about. Louis says, that's why I said 600 to 800 million. I mean, if you're willing to really grossly overpay at that point, Louis, but you got to be a little worried about doing that for a guy in Aaron Judge who's not in his mid-20s. He's going to be going into his 30s. He's a guy who's had a multitude of injury issues, especially with that same kind of thing we got worried-wise with Trout in the back situation. You could apply with Judge. And it's guys get old as they get to be 30. As you turn that over from 20s to 30s and start getting to that age, you don't get healthier. You're not going to play more games than you once played. It's not to say Judge won't be still a very much hugely impactful back going forward, but boy, that kind of contract you get yourself in, that's a move that could really put you behind the eight ball going into the future and putting all of your eggs into one basket on one player who's got a lot of risk at that point with him to do so. I wouldn't be crying about it. Don't get me wrong, Louis. I'm not going to cry about the Mariners' money they spent, but oof. Plasma Warrior says the one thing we don't say enough of is how Jeremy Pena gets on base all the time just ahead of Yordan and Bregman. He deserves a lot of credit. He does. I mean, hell, even the bottom of the lineup in the last game did a good job of it, Plasma. Just they find a way to make sure they got guys on when Yordan comes up to the plate. They put him in a position to have those pitchers being threatened and being nervous and sweating. Kingfisher, do we move JP to second and go after a stud shortstop? Well, props to Berg Show, because he's one of the first people on this Kingfisher in this stream that was talking about that as well. So this is definitely being brought up amongst the fan base. I can understand why they did it. I think if we've got all the money in the world to spend Kingfisher, I'm in favor of doing it. You know, if you've got money to go get a shortstop and you got money to go get a left fielder and you got money to go get yourself a DH, woohoo, let's roll. Let's do it. If it's a matter of there's a finite amount of resources, the one thing I'm worried about going here is that you go for the stud shortstop. You spend a lot of those resources for that stud shortstop, moving JP then over to second base, but then you still have huge gaping holes, left field, right field, DH. And I think that would be my one worry with that. But if that's not a price that I'm having to pay by going after the stud shortstop via Correa, okay. Bergshow says Minute Maid Park is a hitter's park with those 310-foot Crawford boxes. It is, yeah. And it's a warmer, yeah. It's more of an indoor type of stadium, agreed. Or a hitter stadium. Voodoo Magic, where's Fernando Rodney when you need him? I just want him for his celebration, man, with the arrow to the sky. Michael John Stanton needs to spend more money on the Mariners. Indeed, they do. They can no longer be a bottom third payroll where they stand. They now need to raise this up. And they're showing you signs they're willing to do that. You got Julio on an extension, big time extension. You did the same with Luis Castillo. So they're showing you they're willing. There just haven't been the need to spend that money prior, and you were in a position to spend that money prior, but I'm going to take for granted that they are going to finally do it. Larry Bird, is the bullpen being exposed? No, they're just choosing to have a bad run at a bad time of year, Larry, as much as anything. You know, they're just struggling at a bad moment. It's tough to see. Wu-Tang, leave Judge to the whale teams. We could spend that money way more wisely. Well said, Wu-Tang, and that's my lane as well. I think that there's better ways to chop that money up into better directions than going to Judge. He's a big signing. He's a name. He's a fantastic hitter. No doubt about it. I mean, he's legit, but I think there's other ways to go. Bergshow says, Carlos Correa shortstop. Let's give him 7 years, 200. Sam the Great, time to get 3 in a row. Let's do it, men's. I love it, Sam the Great. Let's go. Plasma Warriors, see after Game 3, go Astros. Maybe so, Plasma. I'm not going to be streaming on Game 3. So, Plasma, I get to actually go into the stadium and watch the game. So, this will be, technically speaking, unless the Mariners are able to draw this to Monday as the final game of the series, I'm not going to be technically streaming over the next 2 games. So, I will be in the stadium on Saturday, and Sunday I'm going to be in the Seahawks stadium. So, this will be the one-off. I'll either be coming back to you guys in celebration on Monday, or we'll be mourning. One of the two. Dewey Lies says, just wanted to say it's fun watching you the last few days. Just subscribed and wish you well on the channel. Well, Dewey Lie, thank you for subscribing. I really do appreciate those kind comments. I love doing this, man. I love doing these streams, and I'm going to continue on in the future. You know, the whole goal for me on this, Dewey, is this is my secondary channel to my Hawks Nest channel, and its ability to do this long-term and be able to do this full-time in the future, and we're going to be getting there with that. So thank you for subscribing. You're helping me get a little bit foot closer to that mark of things, and I do really appreciate it. Brendan says, we'll see you guys again for Saturday. Sounds good, Brendan. Do you know what pitcher who got the win for the Astros is? Yeah, I can tell you. Maybe I could tell you. The winning pitcher was Nearest. Nearest got the win there for you guys. How about it with the lefty? Daniel W., you're going to the Mariners game on Saturday too? Awesome. Going to be a great weekend for you. We will miss the content. Yeah, that's the one unfortunate part. I don't get a live stream with you guys on Sunday. I'm going to be missing you guys live streaming on both Saturday and Sunday. I like doing this with you guys and be able to watch these games together. So that's the one tough part. But it has been about, I think, four or 5 years since I've been in and seen a Seahawks game. So it's definitely time to go in there and check one out, get a feel back there for the stadium, get over the west side of the state. Every once in a while, I got to get back over to the homeland. You know, get back over to my old stomping grounds over there. But I'll be back after that the next week, no doubt about it. Jacob Davis, comeback time, 3 wins in a row. Let's go, Jacob. Let's go. Never say die. Refuse to lose. Soto Mojo. Come on. We came back in Game 2 against Toronto. We can come back against Houston this series. Think Red Sox, 0-4 versus the Yankees. 0-3 to 4-3 ALCS victory for Boston. We got this. I love it, Jacob. We do. We've showed we can play with this team. They ain't blowing us out here. They ain't blowing us off the field. They ain't showing us this moment's too big for us. We're just getting clipped by a little bit in these games. Just a little bit more from the offense, a little bit more from the bullpen, a little bit more from Scott Service. We can get this going. Cool Breeze says, have an awesome weekend, Brandon. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, Cool Breeze. Big Country, if it's the last one, I'm looking forward to off-season videos. You know it, Big Country. I'll be pumping them out, man. I've already got some plans on some of the videos and stuff I want to cover as we go forward with this Mariners team. So 100% that will be the case. Daniel says, I see our total payroll is $130 million this year. I'm kind of confused, but I think luxury tax doesn't kick in until 2030. So does that mean we have $100 million to spend without being penalized? I think your numbers are about right on that, Daniel. I think that sounds correct to me. Somebody might be able to correct it there in the chat on that, but that does sound right. Are we up at 130 next year on our payroll? You got Robbie at 25. Julio's going to be up there. How did we get to 130 next year? Oh, you got Crawford, then you got the Winker, then you got, okay. I guess I could see it. G-Man says, look on the bright side. The Astros are only one win away. Travis Coates outmanaged in both games. I feel for Castillo, cannot pitch to Jordan in the 6th. Travis, I was calling for it as well. I was saying, do not pitch this guy here. Do not do this. You cannot do this. You cannot do this. You cannot do this. It was very annoying to see. It seemed like the straightforward decision to make in that moment to not pitch to Jordan. But Service, yes, I agree. I think in both of these 2 games with Service, he's been outcoached by Dusty Baker. His former manager has gotten the best of him. And Dusty's not normally known as a tactician. He's known as a player-friendly coach, but he's not normally known as a tactician. So when you're being outmatched by him in the game, that's not good on Scott's part. It's been a little bit rough for him in this series. Jacob says, last comment for today is simply this: good vibes only. Hey, good vibes coming from me too here, Jacob. It sucks to be down 2-0, but there's never say die. That's not how we work in Seattle. If we got a game left, if we got one out left, we're fighting. We're grinding. We're going to do everything we can with every last bit of room we got to give on this. I love it. I love the attitude. Let's go. Berkshow says, will or should we trade Winker and Kelnick? I'm okay with trading Winker. I doubt there's much trade value there with him, especially with the contract extension that you gave him. So I don't know what value he necessarily have. I don't like trading Kelnick Bergshow because you're trading Kelnick very close to where the bottom of his value is at as any kind of prospect there. I'd much rather try to see if maybe he can turn it on and get back to what people were forecasting him to be a couple of years ago. If he had a little bit better reputation, then I might be more open to doing that. But I just think you don't want to sell low on guys. You don't want to sell when their asset is depressed. Louis or JD Martinez. Isn't JD getting up there a little bit at this point? I feel like JD's old as hell. I feel like he's old as hell. Sam the Great says, time for a 4,000 calorie meal. This game hurts. Well, I'm going to be going to get me some French fries. I'm going to tell you that. I'm going to get me some French fries. G-Man, to be honest, Julio Rodriguez is a beast. He is a beast. He's going to be, I think, a future MVP candidate in this league, and sooner than later. Bergshow, do you buzz your own hair? You always look like you got a haircut. Thank you, Bergshow. Nope, don't buzz my own hair on that. I usually wait like 6-7 weeks in between times, so I usually let it go a little too long, actually, where it's like I'm trying to be a little cheap with it. JP is declining fast, says Big Country. JP? Crawford? He had a double in this game, home run in this series, Big Country. He definitely fell off as the year went along a bit with his batting average. Hell, the guy was well over 300 and ended up at I think 245 for the year. Michael says it's the owner's fault. Berg shows us JD's 35. Yeah, that's probably a little bit older than I'd like to go. Some of these guys can still hit in their mid-30s, but to me, I'd like to look for more of an answer to be a little bit younger rather than getting a guy right at the end of his run and you're trying to squeeze out the last few drops. King Bloop, what free agent do the Mariners sign that makes them a World Series contender next year? Bergshow's mentioned a Correa at shortstop, move Crawford to second base. You could try something like that. That would certainly help you. I think Hernandez for the Blue Jays. The guy played us very well in that last series. Left fielder. Guy can run, hit for power, hit for average. He could be an interesting guy out there. I got to look a little bit deeper through what's available and who we can really go out there and get. Obviously, if you got Aaron Judge and threw all the money in the world, that'd make you a World Series contender. It probably begins with the bats as much as anything else at this point, King Blue. That's the part you want to probably lock into. And your real four positions within that are going to be shortstop, second base, left field, right field, as places that you really could probably address most. You could make first base better. You could maybe get a guy at third base who hits for power and average. But then those holes would still remain out there in those other four positions probably. Yeah, I'm not not JD Martinez, Big Country is saying, not JP. Yeah, I think at 35, declining JD Martinez. Give me JD from 5-6 years ago. We're on, but yeah. G-Man says, it's funny, the scariest person at bat on both teams are number 44. It's all that numerology stuff, G-Man. It's all that new agey numerology stuff at play, man. It's deep, man. It goes deep, brother. Travis Coates, JD hit 11 home runs this year. He's toast. Yeah. 35 is 35. And we're not in the steroid era anymore, right? That's part of what the steroid era, kind of still the fallout of that has been, is that people will still look at players into their mid-30s and on up and go, well, maybe they're still... And you get a guy like a Nelson Cruz who still kind of can hang on through there. But that was really what the steroid era really wrought as much as anything, was those guys that were into the back end. Not as much as anything, but another point of the steroid era was the elongating guys' careers when they should have been probably done, but they could recover faster from, as guys will usually struggle to do when they get older, and elongate their careers just a little bit. Wu-Tang Financial says, we're trying to get hitters that can run fast, not old heads. Well said. Well said. Berkshire says, maybe get Josh Donaldson at DH. He's 36. Yeah, again, just declining player there at that point. It's how really close is he to what he was in his prime, and is there a better option out there that's younger? But I want all options on the table, Berkshire. So let's look at all the guys we got that are really out there. King Bloop says, we were really about to get swept at home. I'm going to be in that stadium on Saturday, King Bloop. I'm not going to allow this team to be swept. I'm single-handedly not going to allow that to happen. I will make it not happen. I don't care what I got to do. I'll bring some voodoo dolls in there. I'll go down to New Orleans, get me one of them witches. I'm going to do just what I got to do. I think we win Saturday too, but that's because I'll be in the stadium and I'm not going to allow a loss. That's really the main reason, beyond the pitching matchups or the hitting. And you're right, Big Country, we got to have faith. Got to have faith, the faith, the faith. We got to have faith, because your Mariners going to win on Saturday. Yeah. Baby, why do the Astros got to kick our ass? Always beat us so badly. Gonna time it down. Megan, so what happens now? We got one more game, Megan. One more game. It's a 5-game series. They got to get win. They got 3 wins. They don't get 2 wins to win the series. They got to get 3 wins to win that series. So Saturday is the day now. If they win on Saturday, it's all she wrote. If we win on Saturday, then Sunday for you and I is going to be a very congested day of traffic down there in downtown. Let's just say that. But good problem to have. Good problem to have. Megan says, is Verlander going Saturday? Berkshire says, nope. It's the McCormick guy. McCullers. I say his name wrong all the time. But they're going to go with their 3rd starter on that Berkshire. So Verlander would be Sunday. Sunday. Louis says that Hernandez guy was nice with those home runs. I like his game. And again, he kind of fits to what we're looking for, where he does have that speed to go with some power and ability to hit for reasonable average. That could be kind of the kind of guy I'd like to maybe look to potentially target in. And we've had some luck with the Hernandez in the past. We have had luck with the Hernandez in the past. Berkshire McCullers does have a great curveball. We thought the one today with Frambers was tough, right? He's not a free agent this offseason? My bad. Man, I swear the chat always lies to me. Somebody told me he was a free agent. We'll do some studying on who's going to be available and what we're going to look at. We still got more season to play. Dayman says, I will never under the mentality of people. Obviously, we want them to continue to play in the playoffs, but the goal was to make the playoffs. They exceed that goal next year. Yeah, it's just not that's the goal for you, D-Man. That's not the goal for people when they look at how they want. I know your heart's probably in the right place on this. I really do. But you're not going to win yourself any friends when you're in the middle of a playoff series telling people, don't think we should win on this, guys. Just be happy that we're here. I don't know who you're expecting to come out and go, oh yeah, D-man, you're right. Let's not care about this. Let's just watch it and just not care. And it's about next year. Maybe in theory it sounds good to operate that way, but I think you're being unrealistic if you think that's the way a fan is going to view the game. That's not the way I view the game. I don't think that it's a great mentality to apply. I don't think it's all that much more helpful. It doesn't make me feel any worse about this season if we lose to think, well, we should have been happy to get here. I don't operate from that same place. I don't think the majority of people do either that follow the sport on that. You haven't been to the playoffs in 20 years. You don't know the next time you're going to get back here. There are no guarantees in baseball. We could come back next year and Julio Rodriguez has a back injury. Luis Castillo needs Tommy John surgery. You spent your money on a piss poor method and you have a crap team. And then we're sitting there at that point going, boy, maybe we shouldn't have just been thinking about next year at that point. Maybe we should have just been concentrating about the opportunity at hand. I can get where you're coming from by wanting to have this kind of talk into the off season. And into the off season, let's have that kind of talk. But when we're right now in the thick of it, when you're in the middle of a game that's literally being played live and you're talking about being okay with losing, again, I don't understand why it's kind of tough conceptually for you to understand why people are going to bristle at that a little bit. And even if your heart's in the right place at this point, I've been pretty consistent in explaining why it doesn't really work what you're trying to accomplish there. It's not going to accomplish it. People want their team to win. People don't get into the playoffs just to be happy to be there. Frankly, kind of having that mentality is a little bit of a loser mentality, frankly. I don't care how tough baseball is. I don't care how tough, well, we're not this, we're not that. That's not the mentality I want to apply. That's the same kind of applying of a mentality that people tell me in my football channel where they say the Seahawks should tank. No, they shouldn't. Because that's what creates a losing culture. That's a losing mentality. We get in the playoffs, we should think we got a chance. We should be fighting at every turn. We should empty out the chamber of that gun in every way, shape, and form. Again, let's hold the talk on that if we can, D-man. Just give it like a month, man, I get where you're coming from. Let's give it a month before we push it forward to that point. While we're in the midst of the playoffs right now and everybody's excited about it, let's not tamper that down. Let's not push their expectation under the waters, right? Let's try to celebrate the chance that we still got an opportunity to win this series, and nothing is over as of yet. We're about to go back to Seattle, and we as the fans are here to try to help this team on now. Megan, I had a panic attack due to the smoke and helicopters, so I had to turn it off. Is there some smoke over there on the west side? Goodness. Bergshow, do you think it was dumb for the Yankees to take on that huge Stanton contract a few years ago? Bergshow, they got more money than God. You know what I mean? Yankees got more money than God. They got their own television contract. They make a ton of money. They've been making a ton of money for a very long time. They will into the future. They're one of the great draws in that town there. And so they can afford to swing and miss. We can't afford to make those kind of same moves, but they can for the risk that Stanton can tap back into what he was. So if I'm the Yankees and I got that funny money to play with, I'll take my funny money approach, and that's just the way it works for them. They get to play by kind of a different set of rules. Sam the Great, we're in the playoffs the first time in 21 years. Of course we're excited. Yeah, absolutely. Louis says, Toronto won't let him leave. He hits bombs. Mr. Hernandez. Wu-Tang, D-Man is one thing. If they went out and completely got hosed, they absolutely could have won these games. Doesn't mean the season's a failure, but we are here right now, man. Well said, Wu-Tang. Megan, Megan said, we have waited 20 years for this D-Man. Sam Great, so there's been comebacks like this plenty of times. There has. We're only 2 games down here. Can we sweep this team? It's going to be hard, but is it possible? Sure, it's possible. It ain't over yet. I ain't giving up. I'm not throwing my hat. I'm not throwing the hat in. I'm not putting the white towel in. Sam the Great says, Seattle will be charged up. We'll be charged up. Bergshow says, we need to spend money. Under Jaxie, we spend a ton of money. We did, Bergshow, but that's the problem with just spending money as the only component to that process. It's not just simply about spending money. It's first developing the farm system, having the farm system come along, starting to see the fruits of that farm system on the field, and then you spend your money. And what the Mariners did under Jack Zarenzik and what they had done for quite a bit of time there through that before they got to Dipoto was they constantly were trying to think they were a lot closer. They were constantly thinking the farm system was better than what it was. And they sort of tricked themselves in that respect and leaned too hard on the money to carry the day at that time. Megan says, yep, beep, blew back over this afternoon. Wow. I can't believe the west side's not getting any rain either at this point. I mean, we're into mid-October. Usually the west side, the rain's starting to come down by this point over there. Strange. Daniel, as someone who wanted the Seahawks to tank, I disagree on the culture thing. The only reason to tank would be to take a quarterback like CJ Stroud, and a quarterback of that caliber comes in and changes the culture immediately. I don't know that I agree on that, Daniel. I don't know I agree with that. First-round quarterbacks have 30% hit rates. So while CJ Stroud looks really good right now, he's 21 years old, and you don't know how he's going to be when he gets to his top end of things. It remains a question mark. And the part of the reason I don't like the tanking part of it is that, yes, indeed, when you start letting the culture know, a culture that's been highly competitive for 10 years, then now it's suddenly okay to lose. And make no mistake about it, Daniel, when you start tanking as a coaching staff, when you start tanking as a team, the players are very well aware of it. And you start establishing that as your culture, be very careful when you do so, because you might go get your quarterback and come to find that your culture is now a bit broken and in rough shape. And now you have to reestablish that winning culture once more, thus prolonging the rebuild and the amount of time it gets back to being an elite team. I just don't think that the success rate of tanking for teams out there, is that being an approach that teams have tried to push, tank for Tua, for instance, Daniel. I just don't think that it more often than not seems to bear out the best of results for those teams when they try to go that approach. On top of, in my opinion, undoing a little bit of a competitive atmosphere that you want to have in play, undoing a little bit of a winning atmosphere that you want to have and keep in there, and is crucial if you're going to kind of maintain that culture moving forward, especially as you're trying to turn this thing around like they are. Brian Paratus is a Mariners hitting coach. Hit it where they ain't. Louis says they're cheating. No way they hit Ray after 2 pitches. Tony Goems, Berg Show, can you believe the Mariners drafted Dustin Ackley and left Trout on the board? Ackley was really viewed as a pretty safe prospect at the time the Mariners got him. I mean, he was a guy who had played college ball. Everyone thought he was going to be able to hit. He was a guy that wasn't power driven, and so you thought his left-handed bat would work really well in that stadium. Ackley just never developed into the guy you thought you were getting coming out of college. And likewise on the other side of it, though, I think Trout was a first-round pick for the Angels. I think they were in the 20s where they selected him. So there was quite a few teams, I think, that looked at Trout and didn't quite view him as necessarily the player that he's been able to become. Berkshire says, yes, I live 5 miles north of Seattle. It hasn't rained since mid-June. Jeez. Been very dry and wildfire smoky. Yikes. Big Country says, yeah, Ackley was supposed to be a stud. He's a stud. He made sense. It's like that guy I'm talking about, us going and getting this offseason for left field, right field, or DH, getting more of a guy that's a batting average guy, a guy that can draw walks, maybe a little bit more speed. And with Ackley, you thought you were going to get that guy. I think he played second, too. So it was going to be at a position where you'd usually have a Adam Frazier-like guy there that you're thinking you're getting a guy that can hit 310, 315, 320. Daniel W., so it seems like the best scenario if Geno keeps this up is to draft a quarterback and franchise Geno. Would you be willing to franchise him? I wouldn't. I think it's going to cost you like $39 million, Daniel, to franchise Geno Smith. And unless you really thought you had a Super Bowl ready team with Geno at the helm, and I don't know if you're going to fully feel like this team is, right now they don't feel quite close to being at a Super Bowl role right now, to my eyes. Obviously the defense is holding it back considerably and the offense is performing great, but if the franchise tag was down in the low 20s, you could sign me up for a Daniel, but being up at the high 30s, I think that becomes a little too rich. D-Man says every team would have drafted Ackley number 2 overall that year. I agree with you. I think he was pretty consensus at that point. Megan, you have a good night. I'll be texting you soon, getting prepped here, but tickets are ready to roll. I'm ready to roll. I'll be checking in for my flight here after the show. Burke Show, Ackley had a decent couple of seasons. Did he? Am I wrong on my memory on Dustin? Hold on. I thought he was pretty underwhelming overall. I mean, I guess this depends on what we're looking at as decent. He hit 273 in his rookie year, and then it was all kind of downhill from there. 273, 226, 253, 245, 215. And he was a guy that didn't give you really any kind of pop from the other side of it. 14 home runs a year was the highest mark he hit. I don't know. He's kind of underwhelming overall for me. I guess the rookie year isn't bad. For a rookie year for 270, that's all right. He just never quite developed. Do you mean every team would have drafted Aaron Curry at number 4 also? Bust happened. They do. That Curry draft was as much about the fact that draft was one of the worst drafts we've seen in probably 25 years of football. If you look at all the first round picks that came out of that draft, it was it was bad. Berkshire says 273 nowadays is awesome. It is awesome nowadays. That's true. No, that's true. Who's our pitcher for Game 4 if we win Saturday? Does it Daniel? You'll go with Logan Gilbert, because remember, Daniel, you had this extra day off in between this game and last game, which will give you that extra day to let him have that rest to come back. 7th grade, I was so shocked from the Curry pick. Literally never heard of him. It wasn't a shocker for me. I mean, he was. I think to D-Man's point on this, he was definitely looked at as a consensus top 5 pick in that draft. He was going to go one way or another. There wasn't any good picks in that draft. That draft was just a crap show all the way around. It was the worst type of season to be picking in the top 5. If there could be a bad moment to pick in the top 5, that was it. Because normally you got runaway guys you can get in top 5 that are going to be good no matter what. No matter what. All right, well, we're a little over 4 hours here in the stream. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up and get myself a little bit of some French fries here to feel a little bit better about this. Stuff myself with those here and hopefully feel a little better about this loss. I'm going to be back in the stadium, though, this Saturday, and I will not be on, unfortunately, here streaming with you guys here. So, unfortunately, we won't be back next couple of days if our Mariners can keep it up. If we are on Monday, I will be back Monday. I will live stream if we do have a 5th game on that day, God willing. So maybe our Mariners can kind of turn this around. Boy, wouldn't that be an awesome story to come back on Monday and have that happen? Woo! That'd be great. Berg Show, what should be our game plan for Game 3? Well, I think you definitely installed a good patient approach in this game. It's sort of hard for me to say game plan to apply here, Berg Show, because really the game plan comes down to you've got to get timely hitting. You're getting guys on. You walk to get guys on. Your manufactured time's getting guys on this game. You had your hitters up in spots to do some damage. You had your hitters even have moments where Framber grooved a couple of fastballs right down the middle of the plate. And his fastball has some movement on it, admittedly. But you didn't do anything with those pitches when you had it. And this really comes down to the bats being warm enough to get the job done or not. And if they can't only put 2 runs up on the board against these Astros hitters, it doesn't matter what your method's going to be to apply it into whether you give Kirby as much time to get through the games you can or have a quick hook on him to go with Robbie Ray. I would imagine that you will have that happen where if it is a matter of, though I know Robbie Ray's been blasted by this Astro team, if you do see Kirby struggle a little bit, you probably end up going to a Robbie Ray type at that moment to try to save the day if it's going wonky for Kirby out the chute a little bit. But outside of that, as a general strategy, I don't think you got anything else you're going to run with. You're dealing with, again, another guy, big curveball guy here. So it isn't going to be easy, Bergs, but they've got to hit better. They got to hit better with runners on. And if they don't, they're not going to get anywhere in this series. Big Country says later, go Hawks and go M's. Thank you, Big Country. Go Hawks, go M's. And you have a great weekend too. Thank you. Wu-Tang says, see you all Monday. I will probably try to do, if I can, maybe a Mariners stream Monday, regardless of whatever happens. We can turn over and talk this team out and pull it apart a little bit, but we will try to do that. Berg says, should we walk Jordan every at bat in Game 3? I wouldn't do it every at-bat, Berg Show. If you have no runners on, I wouldn't walk him. If you have runners on base at like first and second and you're going to load I wouldn't do that either. But if I've got a runner at second or I've got a runner at first and there's one out, then I'll walk him. If I got a runner at first and there's no outs, then I probably don't walk him. So, but there's a lot of opening there to be putting him on base, even around points where I will pitch to him. But nobody on, no, I don't think you do it with nobody on. Sam the Great, we could have drafted Pat McAfee instead of Curry in that draft. Daniel says, I'm going to go watch Thursday Night Football and check out our future quarterback, Justin Fields. Look forward to late night stream. Well, thank you, Daniel. Yep, I will be over on Brendan's channel here tonight. So we'll be doing the B&B show over on his end of things. So I'll be back on at 7 o'clock here this evening. Was McAfee a good punter? Berkshire, he's a very good punter. I don't think he's probably a Hall of Fame punter. I don't think he's in that realm of things that you got to be very much a difference maker to get to that area, but he was a overall, good, not great punter, I think was what we could say with Pat McAfee. And Daniel, Justin Fields is a possibility, man. That's a new Denver regime in there. They didn't draft the kid, so it's been pretty troubled waters there for him in Chicago, and certainly a guy that would be intriguing when you really consider the fact that he's had not a lot to work with on the offensive side of the ball. And he's been under the highest pressure rate of any quarterback in football this year, which is awesome. Berg Show, better than Dixon? No. I think Dixon's probably a hair better than where McAfee was. McAfee's good, but I think Dixon's better. Dixon's legit. All the way around legit as a punter. He's a complete punter. Must be that Australian background. Must be that Aussie background. All right, folks. Well, I appreciate everybody watching on here. I also do appreciate the lively debate we're able to have here on the channel today. Not able to get the win in this Game 2 series in Houston. Hard for the Seattle Mariner team to win in there. It's been a house of horrors. But let's see if we can bounce back Saturday. I'm going to be in that stadium. Let's see if we can go. I'm going to do everything I can to get that Mariner team cheered on and get them that energy and that they need right now. They need that shot in the arm here from the fan base a little bit, especially after that broken heart that must have been shattered there after Game 1 with allowing Houston to come back in that game as the bullpen did. Let's see if this team can pull it around. Let's see if they can show the resiliency that they've shown over the course of this year, the ability to bounce back, the ability to never give up. That had been such a common element to a team that led and set a record for comeback, for walk-off wins in this course of the season. That's not a team that goes quietly into that good night. That's a team that's going to fight you every last tooth and inch. All right, OC, you have a good one, man. I appreciate you guys. On your way out, please do hit that like button for me if you could. I do appreciate it. But beyond all that, please don't you ever forget, even as you're down 0-2 to the hated Nemesis Astros, don't you ever forget,